Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We drift
Welcome one, welcome all back to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we are shifted out of the Rumble stage. We had basically a month and a half of 18 best of threes in Group Ascend to get through to get to this very point, the play-in stage for the LPL Split 2 playoffs. And our matchup, Team WE taking on the Nirvana-led LGD Gaming. But I am, of course, not going to be the only one taking you guys through this awesome matchup. It's going to be me and myself and the recently Leona ulted Trouble here, who is actually has the sun out, unlike I do. Oh, they'll get to see it.
You guys, I have no blind, so the second the sun is out the clouds, I'm gone. I'm stunned. Leona ulted. Hello.
We'll make sure to track that one as we go on, as we definitely have a very long day ahead of us. Okay, you got Mercs. That's the most important part. Now I'm not worried anymore. That was important to get out of the way. Let's get the format though out of the way as well, Trouble. This is always important to remind everybody how we got here. I can't believe I'm saying that even looking at this format because, you know, not too long ago we were figuring out where all these teams would slot in, and now Trouble, it's a beautiful picture. All the teams are assigned to their spots.
Okay, I can see why people would think that this particular graphic is a little bit overwhelming, so I'll try to break it down as easily as I can for you. Group Ascend, really good teams. Group Nirvana, they're struggling, but they can still make it into playoffs. Bot 4 of the big group goes into another big group, which is the Plains group, and the top 2 goes into that as well. It slots into 8 teams. Those teams play each other. Top 4 slot into the playoffs, and the bot will get eliminated together with LNG and Ultra Prime. So we had what? FPX and IG have already slotted themselves into the playoffs, and now we're looking for a third team to join them.
We'll get a look at that overarching play-in standing soon, but it's important to remind everybody how we got here. And also, personally, for me, Trouble, I just like seeing the group standings fully filled out with their lovely colors. As we started, they were completely a blank slate, but as the formatting kind of pointed out, Trouble, the focus obviously goes to those 4 teams in Group Ascend. Those are your heavy hitters in the LPL that are still waiting on the sidelines to choose their opponents for the actual playoff stage.
Yeah, and also, you let me know if something that's actually happening. They also advance into Group Ascend for next split as well, which is a split 3. So the teams that you're seeing below, together with IG and FPX on your screens right now, that have won their respective best of 5s in the Plains matches, have locked themselves Group Ascend. And now we're looking at WE versus LGD, and of course there will be Weibo Gaming versus TT tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah, we're reeling it back to WE versus LGD because that's very exciting. That was literally the game that they had to play with each other to make it into Group Ascend or fall into Group Nirvana.
Yeah, that way back, because again, I'm going to continue to stress how many days of Rumble stage we had to deal with in a good way. But before we got to that point, WE and LGD played in the play-in tournament. WE went on to win after they knocked down LGD into Group Nirvana. And as you heard Trouble talk about, we have the chance for LGD to get revenge and actually put WE into Group Nirvana and slot themselves into Group Ascend with this play-in series win. Before we talk too much about that, though, I do want to give a shout-out to one of our many lovely casters here for this awesome idea. Mark Rafa gave us a fun, build your roster. Have you ever seen these? And you get $15. You can do these in chat. It's on Twitter. Please quote tweet the retweet with who you have on your team with your budget. Trouble, I know you had your eye on a couple of these players if you were to build out a roster.
Listen, man, I'm going big on the mid lane because I wouldn't trust anyone other than Knight with my $5 at the moment in the LPL. There've been a few strugglers. Knight is not one of them. So my $5 goes straight to Knight. I think I'd go Knight, 1xn, so that's $6.
Okay, all right. Cheap on the AD carry.
Okay. You know what? I'll take the Shy. It's fine. He's all right. So what is that?
$9? Yep.
And I've got jungle and support. And I've got $6 left. Oh, no. $6 left. Easy. I'm taking Monkey.
Okay.
Perfect. And I've got $4 left. I'll take On. It's done.
All right. I like it. I like it. I won't reveal my full roster yet because I want to make sure to get my social media impressions off of that one. But I will say, if you're picking Knight and Pays, that's a lot of money, but not mismanaged money for $9. So those are 2 picks I will give away. Please, go tell us what your rosters would be. And shout out to Mark Rafa again for pushing that idea, and our graphics team for getting that one put together here. But it's time to start introducing these two teams, as Morgana has seemingly got revenge on Leona over on Trouble's camera so far. So let's introduce Team WE.
I'm cut to spam mode.
We've got Cube in the top side, Monkey we already talked about in the jungle, Karis in the mid lane, Taeyun and Vampire to round out the bot side. But I want to start discussions, Trouble, with Team WE. We heard, ever since he came in that this is his team to pilot, and ever since Monkey's got in with his dashing hair, he's got results for World Elite.
The hair's taken over completely. Like, this guy must have like a blowout routine every single morning because it's too luscious at this point. But apart from that, I feel like Monkey has completely shifted the way that WE plays. They play more around him right now. He's one of the more aggressive junglers that we also have over in the LPL, and it has been a pleasure watching him just take the reins off of that early game, particularly coming into mind the way that I feel like he has reined in Vampire as well, because we have seen Vampire stray away from the good path once or twice, but I feel like with Monkey, like, that support jungle synergy is slowly coming together.
And that's arguably, I would say, arguably the second most important synergy behind, obviously, mid jungle. And yeah, you're seeing now on your screen Vampire clips. The first two you could tell on the Demacia Rift where a couple of misplaced engages there from Monkey, but as of recent, he's really been locked in. I know, Trouble, you pointed out before we got on here, and we're going to see it with this Renata gameplay, that you like him on these more, like secondary engage or followers, as you put it, in this role for WE now.
Yeah, I feel like Brom, Renata are more of like following kind of supports, and when you have like Alistar's, Leona's, Rel's, you actually have a lot of the decision making at the agency on your back. And I feel like Vampire, in my opinion, has been a little bit inconsistent in terms of like where he finds the opening and how he takes them. So having Monkey sort of tone that down just a little bit for him and show him how he wants to play the game, when to engage, when to disengage, and stuff like this. I feel like this is why mostly like the Renatas and the Broms have like slotted together with that mid jungle duo. Sorry, support jungle duo. Right,
there we go. We'll see when those champions come out to play, because the one thing about the the Renatas and the Broms you're talking about is they are not necessarily like auto locks in drafts like you consider those main engage supports. So I'd like to see spots where Renata works for Vampire or a Brom angle works. Definitely have the Lucian to help that one out. But let's talk a little bit about the Nirvana-led challengers, LGD Gaming, who topped Group Nirvana. And this is the roster they did it with. Sasa in the top lane, Nayo in the jungle, XQW mid lane, and Xiaoya and YCX to round out a bottom lane that has been the rock of LGD for really all of 2025 in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to apologize from now if I do say XQC by accident. Please don't take it in a bad way. It's most
you got
likely
the warning,
going to
everybody.
Happen. I get one pass, okay? I get one pass.
Yes. You, without a doubt, are going to get one pass. But, this does bring up, obviously, Xiaoya has been really reliable for LGD, I think, since Split 1. He had some, prop-off Draven games that nearly saved matches against really big opponents in those placement tournament games we had to start off Split 2. But ever since they made that switch over to Nayo, it's been really good improvement. And that's a kind of tying factor between these two teams, Trouble, knowing what we talked about with Monkey.
I feel like in general in the LPL, particularly for these two teams as well, like I'm thinking like last year Milky Way, I'm thinking this year Bates one for BLG. I feel like jungle is such a huge part of how the machine of a team works. It's like, I call it the main cog of the machine because it can completely change the way that a team plays, right? You put a leader, you put an aggressive jungler in your team, you're most likely going to have all the other pieces of the map sort of like moving a little bit proactively. And I think like that's exactly what's happening with LGD and WE. They are on the same boat. However, LGD have been sort of quote-unquote breezing through the group Nirvana. However, with WE going into the group Ascent, we didn't have the best expectations and they didn't like show up enough at the very early stages. But once they went into that home arena, they had like a 5-streak game, 5-streak series rather. And even though they didn't like beat one of their like top-notch teams that we have at the very top of the standings in Group Ascent, they still beat the teams that were fighting for 4th and 5th place, and that says a lot.
Yeah, I mean, in simpleton terms, WE, I don't think a lot of people would have had them at 7-11 through 18 best of 3s. They probably would have had them a bit lower. So they definitely met expectations and also just played a higher level competition. So we'll see, really get to compare Group Ascend versus Group Nirvana right here. And speaking of those comparisons, if you saw the IG-EDG series, you saw this awesome graphic that we tied the two teams between. And once again, we have to go for it because I would label it trouble criminal that the series played alone is how different Group Nirvana was versus Group Ascend that split.
Yeah, that's exactly the comparison that I was trying to make, right? With LGD making their way through Group Nirvana, and also WE have spent almost an entire day, short of 4 minutes, an entire day in game. I'm just gonna say, I don't even know what these numbers will look like for top esports who cannot close out a series 2-0 ever. It must be like in game for like 3 days at this point. But yeah, for WE, that's a lot of official game practice versus really, really good teams that they got to get, and not to mention a bunch of them being victories.
So, that really factors in. I also, the added number for this is the last time we saw LGD play was on April 29th, right? So they have had so little time on stage on these recent patches because a lot has changed on Summer's Drift. Obviously, the new facelift has happened, but we've got jungle timers changing, a ton of new champions coming into the meta. So obviously, LGD have practiced trouble, but they haven't gotten like those really big games like we talked about with WE playing on this most recent patch. And I wonder what effect that might have on our two teams today, and obviously the two junglers that are going to be our focal point of this matchup, if that wasn't obvious from what we've talked about already.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like you'll see here that now your stats look actually pretty damn impressive, right? However, if you go over to the other side for Monkey, I mean, I know this sounds like a glaze session for Monkey, but he has been the focal point of W for a reason. He's 80% KP, his DPM, his KE, everything looks good. That's done in Group Ascent. Versus junglers like Kanavi, versus junglers like Tarzan. This is why this guy has been so damn impressive, because he joined a team that everyone was very lukewarm about, and he's actually put them in sort of a spotlight moving into that Group Ascent and now further potentially into playoffs.
It's really impressive. And while we did talk, I do want to talk about further how the landscape of junglers, because you kind of alluded to it a bit when we talked about, Milky Way, really stepped up in 2024. I still want to give praise. I'll keep singing it for you, Xiaofeng. He was competing for Milky Way for that Rookie of the Split. He came up just short. He actually, by the way, ends up not dropping a single game since he came in for LNG. Just came up short because Group Nirvana, 2 little games. So you have Xiaofeng, you have Milky Way, Climber was super hyped up, Nayo had some shots now, Beichuan now, right? Like, there are so many junglers, like new young junglers that are able to come in and have big impact. It's just so cool that in this play-in tournament as well, these two guys are tethered together in that sort of bond, I guess.
I mean, it's pretty damn impressive, the fact that LPL can produce such huge caliber of junglers back to back to back. Right. And then again, you've got your staples, right, with like the Kanavis and the Tarzans and so many others that I'm probably forgetting, like the Shuns and like the Ways and like, and then just keeps producing such incredible talent for the jungle. But I feel like what's more impressive is that it's producing leaders through the jungle.
Yes.
You can see the leadership coming through Beichuan for BLG. You can see the leadership coming through Monkey for WE. And this is the most impressive part, that it's not just another piece in the machine, it's the piece that is making the whole machine turn.
Yeah, that big cog in the engine, but there are other parts that are very impactful. And another lane that we really want to spotlight going into this matchup, I'd like to label them kind of the anchors of these two teams at points here. It's the marksman in this one. Xiaoya, we talked about a little bit when we introduced LGD, but he's been a really potent Draven and Kalista player that's given some teams some nightmares and allowed him to have pop-off performances. And then Taeyun, always been the rock for WE, even before Monkey came in and really got going, like we talked about. He has been like a reliable Ezreal, and I know you talked about his Lucian. Just these two marksmen being the rocks for their teams is also another awesome way we can compare LGD and WE going into this series.
I feel like the way they bring aggression into the game is very cool as well. You have Xiaoya on one side, the Draven and the Kalista, and on the other side you've got the Lucian and the Ezreal. And these are two like very aggro bot lanes that can very easily go up against each other, but they have completely different dynamics in the way that the play style of the 2 versus 2 sort of unfolds down the bot lane. With the more aggro, will is just auto-attack you down, kind of deal with the Draven and the Kalista. And then you've got a lot of the poke, a lot of the trading coming through with the Ezreal and the Lucian, which is really fun to watch.
Will be fun to watch as we see our two teams finally hit the arena. And one of our two squads will be done with Split 2 by the time we walk off these two stages between LGD and WE. Important to mention, if you've been a loyal LPL English viewer, first of all, we appreciate you. Second of all, you're pretty accustomed to the 1v1s for side selection, right? Not going to be the case here. Straight up seeding is going to decide it. So WE being the team coming from Group Ascend versus LGD from Nirvana, they will be starting on that blue side, as everybody expected, Trouble, with them having side selection available to them.
And I feel like it also comes down to what you were saying. Like, LGD have not played the patch officially. They've been sort of like quote-unquote vacationing for like almost a month at this point, right? And having that blue side, most teams, like, literally, that was the whole point of the 1v1s, right? It was to decide blue
100%.
Side in a best of 3. And if you do win that 1v1, you're guaranteed to get at least 2 blue sides on your side. And majority of them were victorious as well. So having that blue side, definitely a huge advantage going into the first draft. Also, that was my friend hosting on that stage. She's lovely. Give her some love.
There we go. Shout out. Also, guys, let's be careful with all the monkey close-ups, all right? We're going to send people feral. We already got one.
Listen, I need to know about the hair routine, man. Like, please, please. You can't tell me. If this guy turns around in an interview and says, I woke up like this, I quit. Like, I just quit.
Well, you're quitting or you're calling lies. There's no possible. All right. That's a can of worms. Trouble, that's the can of worms we can't open up, all right? There's too little time to talk about the intricacies of hair preparation. I know Monkey gets a lot of praise for it, but there's a lot of guys that I'm just like, whew, we show up to the arena like this? I mean, you're just styling. Let's talk about how we're going to see WE style this blue side draft, right? Because you hyped up the priority, how it was the 100% pick side off of 1v1s in all the games we saw in Split 2. Knowing where we're at in the meta now, Trouble, and knowing how much priority Monkey brings to this team, what do you expect W to be doing with this B1 pick once we get the draft started?
I have actually seen globally Pantheon get a lot of priority in terms of pick, right? I feel like his side lane pressure, his early game 1v1 fist fight, he doesn't necessarily fall off as much people think he does fall off over in the late game, particularly if you do get ahead. And Monkey is a jungle that will fist fight you in general to get ahead. So even if it's not like some sort of a Rumble or Gwen that has slipped through the cracks, like a Varus, like something super, super strong in S++ tier, I'm expecting to see things like that complement that mid-jungle duo, if not necessarily a jungle champion.
Big champions that I would say link up with that is like, there's been a ton of Taliyah priority. I think Taliyah works super well with the Pantheon. Also the Vi, I was about to say. But we're into the draft, and Vi is taken away by Team WE. So they're going to ban that one over on the blue side. LGD, I feel like Trouble, the unfortunate part about red side is there's just like, you kind of have to ban a couple of champions, right? The Nico Pantheon, I wouldn't be surprised also if the last ban just has to be Varus for LGD here.
And then you're leaving open things like the Gwen, the Rumble,
Jace.
Rumble, Jace, sure. Rumble has been one of these champions that top laners are super eager to just be one. It feels like it's kind of like a one and done with Gwen being locked out here. I'm expecting that they're either forcing a Rumble ban right here, or they're going to be taking away things like the Varus that has been so lane dominant so far.
We also got the Xin Zhao that's also a really potent jungler. I've seen that be one a lot. We talked about how Monkey is, this is his team. So he wants to be the priority pick, I got to feel like, for WE out the gate, as Taeyun's actually going to draw an Ezreal ban early on here and probably going to cash in some draft points. I can't tell you where you get to use them, but you got them because the Rumble comes through as the B1. And, hey, I get some too, I guess, if the Xin Zhao gets locked in here for LGD. Why not?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We've never seen that rotation ever before. Not in the LCK, not in the LEC, not in the LPL. Never before. Obviously, Xin Zhao is a very, very potent champion when it comes to the early mid-game skirmishes, and together with Taliyah, it just becomes a lethal weapon, especially when you get to pin down your opponents, right? So I'm expecting for WE to have something like the Pantheon. I think it really does complement Rumble on his side lane, and particularly his ultimate later on in the team fights.
This is XQW's favorite champion, though, if he locks these here. Also, Trouble, I feel painful having to say this out loud. I'm sorry that we've misled you, LPL viewers. That is Climber playing jungle. Nio is not starting the series. There's the reaction. I was waiting for it. This is Climber. So
Jump scare.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was not ready for that. If our pre-show graphics told you anything, we were not prepared for that. We're gonna have to move forward with it. Climber still fits into like this prototype of one of those up-and-coming jungglers. He was one of the most hyped ones coming into 2025 for LGD. Obviously, wasn't able to get a lot of success for LGD, got benched, but I guess in that vacation time we talked about, LGD are confident rolling him out for what I would argue is their most important series of the year so far. But we're seeing a ton of just S-tier Trouble champions coming off the board. The Talia goes back over WE. Varus comes for Taeyun, and Bessa also squeaked through the bans. I mean, Sasa has got to be a huge fan of just locking this one in, and will.
I am a huge fan of what W are doing so far. They've got priority central in every single lane. You know what that says to me? When your jungler has a 3-lane priority, they are the happiest person on earth. And since WE play through their jungle, making sure that you guarantee pushing lanes at every single moment for Monkey is going to be absolutely huge. I feel like things like, since the Pantheon is no longer in there, we have seen him pull things out like the Viego coming through from the side for Monkey right here. So we are looking for more of the strong bruisery type of champions that can take those 1v1s in the jungle.
Got to shout out this respect ban here from LGD because as we continue to talk about Monkey, he has these unique lethal champions he's played. The Trundle is one of them. He loves to go for that Trundle. So I like that ban already coming across. Yeah, good shout out, right? So I would expect LGD to maybe just... I was expecting maybe just 2 straight Monkey jungle bans, but they're going to take the Braum off the board as Xiaoya loses access to his Callista and the Kaisa. So, see, are they going to give R5 over to Xiaoya on the AD carry? I would have expected this to be support R5.
I think they're waiting to see whether there's going to be something like a tank potentially locked into the jungle for Team WE.
Okay.
Because you have 2 options, I feel like, here. You have the Misfortune and you have the Jhin. And I feel like if there is not much threat towards the Misfortune, you definitely want to take it because it does really, not skill check, but like AD check the Varus in terms of push down the bot lane. Stat check, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Or Jhin to possibly like set up later on for like the Xin, the Azir, and the Ambessa during those team fights.
Trouble, we're already getting that champion you love on Vampire. They like the Renata angle here into the Ambessa, the Xin Zhao, and the Nautilus. So I think it gets pretty good value here. And that does force Monkey to go onto a tank jungler like you were talking about with the Skarner up. Why not grab that one? And now we get to figure out what Xiaoya wants to do with this R5 pick. There's now a tank Skarner to play into. You're going to go for the Lucian without an Enchanter. That is a gutsy call. I mean, we've not seen very often, at least so far this split.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Jhin Misfortune is shouting a lot louder. Oh, unless they want to do... They want to take,
new tech.
A page out of the LCK spellbook right there and bring out the Senna. I'm just going to say, WE, they have a very active team in the early game that's going to definitely take control. So Renata Varus get priority over the Nautilus lane any day. Talia is really good at pushing into the Azir as you can dash into the rocks to take those very early aggressive game trades. And obviously Rumble can also push into the Ambessa early as well. And then you've got Monkey that is looking for those setups in lanes. But when you have that priority, you can also like transition the Talia or take the Renata and enter the jungle. So I feel like LGD have a really good 45-minute plus draft going on for themselves.
100%. Yeah, they do. Here's the question I want to ask you that you're going to have limited time to answer, Trouble. Actually, I'll ask you that question on the Rift. Because with these play-ins here, the playoffs here, quickly, let's throw them up, Red. Caster predictions. This is where we are all leaning on this series, and only the great Rafa believes in LGD. Trouble, quickly, because I do not believe I see your lovely logo up here. How are you feeling about this series? What's your official prediction? Now, you get the added edge that you have the draft, Game 1 draft in front of you, too. So.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with a 3-0 right here for WE.
Oh, okay.
A little bit, I get it, a little bit bold, but I feel like they had so much growth. They played against such incredible teams. And I don't know what to expect from an LGD that had almost like a month break from official games. A whole new patch came in. And also, Climber suddenly just, well, I won't say climbed up the ranks. Again, no pun intended, but he truly did. When now he did really show a very good face for LGD. So I just don't know what to expect.
That is fair. We do not know the expectation of LGD. At least we're starting to understand that They definitely have a good read on the meta with the Senna pick coming through. But it's going to be the Jayos coming through for the first time. LGD on stage in almost a month to this very day, with them trying to get back to Group Ascend, stay alive for the playoffs, and send the team that forced them into Group Nirvana down there alone. As we get onto the Rift here. And here's the questions I was going to ask you really quickly, Trouble, that I got kind of my answers to. I hate to tell you, but we're getting that on-hit Varus from Taeyun next to an Enchanter instead of a more aggressive lane setup.
Yeah.
And we are going to see that new Senna that people feel comfortable actually farming in and building more crit and scale-oriented like you were talking about.
Yes, he's playing more like a traditional AD carry now, right? And I feel like Taeyun was... I feel like there's a lot of damage from the side of Team WE, specifically with Aaliyah and the Rumble, that you can actually afford to go for the lethality, the lethal tempo Varus right here, especially since you're playing into, you know, the Zins and the Nautilus. So you have that sort of to fall back onto a champion that's scaling into the late game and can take care of more tanky sort of champions.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a stack, loyal viewers. I have been running this Senna in my own solo queue games, and it is quite busted, but not in this phase of the game. Senna is still one of the weakest marksmen in the early phase into the bottom lane, so right out the gate, Vampire and Taeyun get a pretty sizable chunk into Xiaoya. Dredgesline's going to come back through for YCX. Actually wanted to push the tempo into that Enchanter bottom lane, but does have to burn the heal for his transgressions. That'll be Taeyun and Vampire with control of the bottom lane. For level 2 going forward, they've got the push going in their favor, as they do have Monkey, as we now spot, clearing top down, and mirrored by Climber, who again, a lot of the spotlight is going to be on this series, because Nayo had a very successful run in Group Nirvana with LGD after he came into Climber, so a ton of questions on how much impact can Climber have. Is these trades for the WE bottom lane looking even more lucrative by the spell rotation. Taeyun down below about 25%. But that was kind of to be expected, Trouble, that Xiaoya would have a bit of issues trying to set up around this bottom lane and farm into that double range.
Yeah, and also don't think that Slayer wasn't letting me speak, guys. I just had an order come in, so I had to pick it up. You're a real one. Thank you so much for covering right here. We're keeping it real as a...
You missed a heal out of YCX, by the way.
Side. They're looking for a dive, but Climber's like behind them.
Okay, Climber reading Monkey's pathing really well here. He's going to have to use that Ixtal's impact to get over the wall, or more so through it. A good start here for LGD, thwarting that aggressive Monkey style of jungle that we've been hyping up so much.
Yeah, and I feel like you see again what we talked about, right? The priority top, the priority mid, the priority bot. Monkey can get to do whatever he wants. At this point, even if he wanted to double scuttle, he can. He can take the Scuttle Crab over on the bot side of the map. As you can see, I hope Climber does really enter River right here and takes the Scuttle Crab, or this is going to be gone as well. And that's exactly what he's going to do. But this is what happens when you got a jungle with triple lane priority that was literally solidified for him in picks 1, 2, and 3 respectively, as Climber's looking top lane.
There we go. Cube. Climber's first gank in months here for LGD is going to produce a flash out of Cube. So that's the Rumble flash down, but Monkey is double dipping on this bot side. Good Dredgeline comes out from YCX to stun him. Vampire's taking up the turret with the bailout, but doesn't get the assist on the kill down onto YCX. So Xiaoya and Taeyun grab the first 2 kills of this series.
And I feel now you're forced to actually stay around to make that commitment in time really work. Taeyun and Monkey have to go again.
Oh, they're going again, but the snare lands onto Taeyun. Good flash away from Xiaoya to get around for the turret. He has the turret aggro to pick up the kill. One more auto short. Xiaoya completely outplays the dive and hits the Q on the stack. That is a wondrous play from your LGD marksman.
No, that was fantastic coming through from Xiaoya. The fact that he used the invisibility to angle the creeps, to hit Monkey blind with the Q through the minions. What a fantastic, fantastic play right here from Xiaoya. And what a disaster on the other side from Team WE. We said that because Vampire died right then, Senna gets a kill. They had to further commit into this dive that ended up in a disaster.
Xiaoya,
might get one here. Wait.
We were hyping you up so well,
Taeyun,
and you recall out of position, and they give Taeyun the kill. Yeah, you called it out. He does have to burn the ghost, but that is a shutdown, because at that point, Xiaoya was a 3-0 Senna, as we've got to get a look back at this dive.
All right, let's watch this one more time. Again, they had committed so much time, and they know that Zinza's on the top side of the map. Just to make it worth, because Xiaoye got the initial kill onto Senna, they have to recommit to the dive. But the root lands, which means that Varus cannot walk forward, and Monkey still engages. While you've got Varus tanking the tower, it was a very, very, very badly executed dive from Team WE. They forced the issue, they got punished. 3 kills on Senna and Boots in the inventory already.
Yeah, so I know you missed it, Trouble, but I was kind of talking about how Senna lanes are usually very slow, and you have to sacrifice a lot.
Oh, I
hate
them.
Reality,
I do not like Senna.
yeah. I mean, I hated it while I've been playing it a lot of these recent patches, and I can tell you for a fact I have never been 3-0 at 5 minutes on Senna. So this is very uncharted territory for many Senna players, and Xiaoye is going to be comfortable with it. Gets the Swifty boots early, like that a lot. You just need that mobility to try and skate around and play from space as much as possible. But despite the woes of the dive topside, the gold is going to stay pretty even. But the priority through from Climber is going to come onto this first dragon. You'll pick that one about 6.5 minutes once he gets this smite through. So Climber, as we continue to spotlight him, getting his first action in such a long time, Trouble, is utilizing the pressure of this bot side to grab that neutral.
He's
but
not been seen.
Monkey
He's not been seen.
has not been spotted. You called that out, and he's going to get hit by a dredge line again in the middle of his Ixtal's impact. They have the Senna ult to come across here for Xiaoye. Heal comes down for YCX, but a couple more shots from Taeyun will find the kill. Xiaoye has to force a retreat, but here comes Climber trying to make up without their support present. Gonna get the whip, comes sliding on to Taeyun through Vampire. Gets the first kill. Now Monkey and Vampire are completely separated. Another great snare lands for Xiaoye. The Ixtal's impact though from Monkey is pristine. Gets the stun on the wall, but he's gonna dive under their turret again to trade himself with Xiaoye. Climber makes sure the kill lead still stays in the hands of LGD.
What is going on? We're 7 minutes in, 9 kills. All of them have been towards the bot side of the map. They want to shut down the Senna, but Xiaoye keeps picking up kills. 200 gold in the lead right now. You could say it's not very massive, but they keep trying to put Taeyun on a leading seat right there. And you see the answers from Climber keep coming through. LGD have the scaling when it comes to that late game. They've got the Azir, they've got the Senna. There's going to be so much range that W are going to have to close in on those champions. And it's going to become unbearable. And for now, Senna's pretty happy. 4 kills, 42 CS, about 100, 200 gold up. You know, you're falling behind. You mentioned it yourself as well. In the lane versus Varus and Renata. So to be able to sort of close the gap on the gold with those kills, it's kind of like a gold given to Senna.
And also, the cherry on top, right, is with all that skirmishing, Xiaoye is nearing 30 souls already at this 8-minute mark, which I know we got the upgraded generation of these souls coming across, but to get this close to 40 before 10 minutes is huge for that scaling. And just talking about the raw range, and most importantly, Trouble with the new Senna, the crit chance you start to garner as you hit those 20 soul thresholds.
Yeah, absolutely. She does become a tank killer as well, so Monkey's not going to be too happy further down the line with this. With the Skarner in his hands. He's looking for that Senna again. This is unbelievable. Just don't look in your closet. Do not look in your closet because
This is borderline bullying. Monkey is just always hunting this YCX and Xiaoye led bottom lane, but again, the dredge lines are ruining Monkey's engages as he's just chomping down on turret shots this game like they're candy, and boy, do they taste bitter.
Please, like, it's not like it's a surprise that Nautilus is around. Nautilus is in vision. If Nautilus is there, he can Q you out of you dashing through the wall. The engage is obviously not going to land. He burns the flash. He burns the ult. Monkey is so over-fixated right now on shutting down Xiaoye that he sort of like underlooked other parts of the map, like playing together with Leah, playing towards the Rumble as well. So I wonder if this is going to come back to bite them on the lower bottoms right there, because Team WE, again, they just seem so fixated onto playing around Xiaoye, and now Xiaoye even has his flash available for the next plays. I
definitely think it's going to come back to bite them, because ideally out of draft, like this lane for WE was supposed to be the reliable one that Monkey wasn't going to have to worry about. Varus, Renata, and a Senna Nautilus, they should have constantly gotten gotten a farm lead at the very least, if not more. Yeah, I mean, Monkey has just been laser focused on the spot side, and we're just waiting for this Talia link up to finally come across. I mean, Monkey and Karis are now level 8 and 7 respectively, and they have yet to link up on a play in this game that they're still very much in control of, thanks to majorly the gold lead that Cube has been able to recruit on that top side, and also sneakily the amount of gold that Vampire has gotten on these assists with all the fighting going down that bot side.
I will say the fact that Climber has to be on alert mode for Xiaoye means that Cube's flash never got punished when it got taken away from Climber earlier on. And I also see a rocket belt coming through from Cube, which is something that we don't necessarily see so much on the Rumble. It's usually the double burn item coming through, especially when you have to deal with tanks. But right here, I feel like the mobility, the extra damage that you get through, closing the gap, which we mentioned between you and champions like the Senna, like the Azir, might come in handy later on for the Rumble.
We also got the Leandri's nerfs, right, on this live patch. Just hold on. Karis looking to finally find some impact with the seismic shove and the unraveled earth, combining for so much raw damage into Climber, trying to run away, but Monkey is on the hunt. Trying to see if he can throw the stone at him. The Crescent Guard comes out, but what a great Weaver's Wall from Karis. Climber now has to quit his flash to get away, and Monkey, teasing an impale angle, is not going to commit it onto XQW. They'll just take over that jungle. The Climber has no chance to try and stop.
Honestly, that was a fantastic escape right here from Climber, using the W onto the Gromp, dashing into it, then sort of treading across the Talia wall with his ultimate, and then flashing over once the W from Talia comes through. That was a great escape right there from Climber. Does have to burn his flash and his ultimate, which means that for the next fight to come, which is going to be most likely that Dragon, WE should have advantage around that territory.
I'm perplexed on how we've seen so much of Monkey, and at some point he just casually took the 3 grubs up top. When did that happen? I don't know, but just I guess Monkey's just everywhere. Kind of how it works with Team WE when they came away with 7 wins in Group Ascent, knocking down opponents like Thunder Talk, FPX, and NIP.
Okay, that is illegal.
5-game win streak. Oh,
that is
right,
borderline illegal.
Oh, and Vampire knows it, flashing forward, but does not get the hostile takeover on anybody. XQW uses the Sand Soldiers to buy some space, but Monkey has the Impale, but XQW, quicker to the F key, gets over it, but Taeyun has a flash of his own, hits the Chains of Corruption, the Rock of WE, getting them another kill to even up the count.
Okay, I feel like WE are like those teenagers that when you tell them no, they're gonna do it even more. Kind of deal.
Yep.
Like right there, them not being able to contest for a Dragon with Climber is an ultimate and a flash down should not be allowed. They lose the Dragon and then they commit their flashes forward. Both Vampire, Taeyun, they commit their ults as well, like 3 ults down.
Monkey.
And right here, they're trying to take a tower that doesn't belong to them.
Oh my god, this guy just loves turret shots. Monkey is down to 10% HP because he takes aggro from Climber. And oh boy, look who's coming up on the top side. Sasa. Wonder if he likes an angle jumping in here with the public execution. Looking potentially to set up a dive, but they at least get the teleport out of Cube, so top laners match TPs. Everything fizzles out.
Nah, I'm pretty sure just WE are like the equivalent of teenagers throwing tantrums when you tell them no. They were like, oh, we lost the Dragon, we're just going to push that tower. It does, but everyone's resetting. We cannot take this tower. We cannot overstay. They've got extra items. Doesn't matter. We're just going to push that tower. And I
Don't
feel
tell
like...
me now. I'm doing it.
Yeah, you can't tell me what to do. I know better than you. WE, I think, need to slow down. They need to take a deep breath and actually properly set up for objectives and play around them. Again, I have not seen Karis around neutral objective. I've not seen the Talia wall other than the chase that went on to Climber. Like, they have the setup, they have the CC, they've got a very good, well-rounded team. You've got a Rumble and an item and a half. He was the first one to even complete an item. Use those advantages that you've got in the chat, leverage them to take those early game leads. They are about 1,500 gold up to LGD, but let's not forget that LGD scales so damn well into that late game.
Right. So as much as this is a good lead for now, it needs to be compounded on. And a lot of it is thanks to those grubs. They're getting so much value. I gotta think they're a main reason why. You can see it in the turret plate. They just showed it 6 turret plates to 1 for WE. That's a ton of gold that really helped them get this lead. With the grubs and priority topside, they knocked down a tier 1 turret to get first brick and stay competitive for those feats of strength going forward. And the items are really starting to come through for those WE carries as well. Mark Lee, you get the Blade of the Rune King done on Taeyun. Point out the Rocket Belt. It's Climber. He knows trouble is afoot here right now. Not just on the cast, afoot in the jungle as well, so he'll dodge out on that Fog of War escapade.
Yeah. I think it was very obvious right there since the top tower fell. I was about to say that is a very good advantage for Team WE, specifically because the Herald is spawning and Cube's under attack.
Chicken. Yeah, here we go. First ult down is Sasa. Not going to get the equalizer. out of Cube. Oh, there it is. He's going to cut down the wave. So there's the ultimate chicken game completed. The real action in the topside river with WE starting up this Rift Herald. Neither top laner has teleport. This is a straight up 4v4, but XQW is trying to take a reset window right here. He's going to TP in late because the Herald is actually already done. WE picked that one up, and now there's no reason to fight. They get the Herald and the TP out of XQW.
But that was fantastic, right? They used the pressure through Cube down the bot lane. He resets, so they think that he's going to start running towards the Rift Herald because he was spotted as I'm going to hold on to this.
Oh, YCX gets the dredge line on the Vampire. Hostile takeover comes in. Monkey with that Impale. Whiffs on absolutely nobody, but it's actually the Chains of Corruption from Taeyun that's again going to find a good pick onto Climber. The Crescent Guard going to drop soon, and all the damage will pour in. Cube finds the first kill, trying to press the tempo for Team WE. But once again, they won't be able to continue their tantrum of a fight. They only get one kill and get out.
Wow, that was actually so... It was a funny turn of events right there, because I think every ultimate under the sun just missed. But WE come out on top. I was just about to say, Cube resetting down the bot lane and threatening walking to that Herald got WE that win over there, but Cube actually reset and hold up because Monkey's looking
There's
for more.
one ult that wasn't used, Trouble. It's the equalizer that gets XQW cut down to size, and they don't care about those bot waves and everything Sasa's doing because they're knocking down the mid lane. Piercing arrow gonna set up the kill onto YCX, but he takes one with him. Karis dragged down by the anchor of the Nautilus. So it's another trade, and they're looking for more.
Flank to
Sasa
flank.
run all the way up from bot side. He's hit this public execution. Taeyun just Giga Chad stands still, and the ult completely whiffs. That was off by like 10 feet.
Hold up. He just dodged Renata R, Senna W, Zinzao W with 3 very, very simple moves by not moving. The best thing that you can do to dodge is to not dodge at all. No one's going to expect it. Talking about though, Team WE straight towards the Dragon. It will be the third one for LGD, and Monkey's already in.
These guys are just all about fighting. That's the cleanse out of Xiaoya. Monkey waiting for an impale angle. They have to be wary of XQW off to the side. They're starting to get flanked here. The Dragon drops below about 3,000. Another great Weaver's Vault from Karis, and Monkey's flashing over it to hit the impale. He holds Climber in space and still spikes the Dragon down. You put Climber in, he's still not enough for the might of Monkey.
If you don't try, you won't succeed. Team WE have been playing so damn aggressive since minute 1, and right here LGD had to slip it through the cracks. They cannot take any more of the aggression. Monkey is actually finding targets, and thankfully Cube's coming through with that lead from the laning phase. He's reset towards that Rift Herald, his ultimate. That Rumble has been bailing them out. And let's watch this one more time. That was the replay from earlier on.
Don't look at Monkey's ult.
Monkey's
that hurt
ult
me to... Okay.
completely misses. There was no one there. But then XQW commits, and he also misses, which means that Climber is then too deep, gets stuck from Chain of Corruption, and by that time, Cube is there from that reset we mentioned earlier on and chases them down. And that's the next play we just watched for Team WE. They're going to brute force their way in, 4 versus 3. Azir comes around the turn onto him. And with Karis blocking pretty much the front to back from Team LGD and the wall going down, it's just very, very difficult for LGD to actually play properly the composition, which is a front to back.
And their composition that is just not at the point to really be able to compete damage-wise. You talked about the scaling factor. It's been nice for Xiaoya, the one guy who's been able to resist the WE onslaught. He's at 2 items, but that's not enough for this Senna to be a real threat, with the soul stacking still at about the 60 mark, and XQW just with that Nasher's Tooth. It's going to be a while before LGD's damage could ever really chunk through WE's health bars, even if they try in front to back.
I just don't know, the Shiv into Runans right there, it just seems like Senna is kind of like tickling Team WE.
Yeah.
And even though generally they're not the most tanky team in the world, like literally the only tanky member is going to be this Skarner who just built Thorn and like back-to-back 2 armor items in his inventory. It just feels like this is a Mosquito Senna build for the time being. And once you have 3 to 4 items, this is when like the Runans is really gonna start hitting hard with all the ricochet damage.
Again, there's not enough time, and Vampire looking to be proactive, even on the Renata. Flashes to hold Xiaoya in place, but look at the Rip Burst defied from XQW. Taeyu gets thrown into the meat grinder. Can Cube rescue this fight with the equalizer? No, because Sasa is trying to run wild on the backline, but runs out of gas in the tank. Xiaoya's going to try to provide the healing potion for this squad, who's hitting from halfway across the fight. Xiaoya's damage, they may be mosquito bites, but they're looking lethal into everybody that isn't Monkey. The fadeaway rock throw won't find the trade kill, and now Xiaoya's really got to minimize how much space he gives towards Monkey. He's just going to let him walk out, but Monkey hanging around in the mid lane needs to be a bit careful because Climber's waiting for him. Finally, some fight back here from LGD Trouble.
And I feel like it starts from Vampire, right? He overextends, he flashes forward to try and catch Xiaoya, but his team is not behind him, and then LGD close in on him. Let's watch this one more time. He commits the flash for Xiaoya, and then Taeyun is in a really terrible spot. Just getting sandwiched from one side, from the Nautilus, then the Azir dives in, the TP's coming through, and this is an on-hit Varus. He needs time and space to sit down and put down the auto attack and the herd, and once your Varus is down, your only other reliable damage is going to be Q, because Karis has also been taking out the fight super early from the side of LGD, and then Xiaoya gets to like auto attack everyone down, right? This was a very badly executed engage from WE that got instantly punished by LGD.
The sort of highs and lows of WE really showing out already in this game one with how aggressive their fighting style is. There is room to punish. The hope now for LGD is they've learned how to play around that aggressiveness and punish it from WE going forward here. They still are at a gold deficit, and they're still looking to buy time for their carries. We still are not at 2 items for XQW. And we're about to get beefier on that Senna build, as a Last Whisper has been completed, so likely going to be an LDR third for Xiaoya as he gets to that 80 range point on the Senna soul stacking. Important track. Ooh, handshake. Ooh. Hey, good. Dredge land there from YCX. The flash forward for Monkey, though. Just like that, the snap engage and the hostile takeover. It's absolutely marvelous. Down go the LGD bottom lane.
Monkey with a fantastic engage right there. Catchy Xiaoya with the tip of the ult. Xiaoya had flash. I was just about to say, remember the whole skirmish that we saw earlier? Xiaoya didn't even have to flash or cleanse. He has his summoners available. He did get skill check right there from Monkey. Doesn't press his flash on time. Gets stunned by the Skarner ult. Taken down, and now LGD. Climber a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, they're too late to this play. XQW tries to TP in. Starting to get that lethal tempo stacking a bit, but some very good patience here from WE. They actually decide against a fight for once, knowing they already won. They've got Otacon. They've got control of this bottom river, with Xiaoya still yet to respawn. Now just gets back out on the map. Taeyun's trying to burn through this Cloud Drake to see if they can get it done before all of LGD group up together and make the push into the river, but there goes the Dragon. Now WE, they can try and scatter, but they do pick off Cube. Great dredge line comes through for YCX, and now Sasa gets to run wild on these solo lanes, just like the Abessa needs to. So the Dragon and the Otacon come at a bit of a price there, Trouble.
Yeah, and they should lose their mid lane tower for that as well. Unfortunately, there isn't necessarily a wave right there, but still they're going to need to reset from the team WE. So Senna's pushing down that wave. There should be a mid lane tower for LGD right here. This is not the cleanest game we're seeing. You very rarely see Atakan go down and then you don't cash it out. And then you go straight towards that Dragon. Neutral objective to neutral objective when you haven't aced a team is very difficult to do due to the timers and how long it takes you to take those objectives down. So let's watch this one more time. Monkey looks at the opportunity right here. He'll flash in with his ult and hits Xiaoya literally with the tip of the ult. Xiaoya again. He got skill check right here with his flash, doesn't splash away, goes down. They'll take the attack, but they'll pay the price with their mid lane tower after they secure the Dragon as well. To a piece for the Dragons between the two teams, though.
Now that we have some calm on the Rift, to analyze what the next windows really look like. We got Baron spawning in 50 minutes. That's obviously the big one. But my question for you, Trouble, is are we confident that LGD have enough damage to compete in these fights through Senna and Azir by this point? Because I'm still a bit worried if any sort of Baron escapades break out here from WE off the spawn.
Oh, Lord Dom's also completed right here for Senna, and this
That's
is where
big.
she's going to start hurting, right?
Yeah.
3 items usually is what you want for hypercarries. 4 items, well, Senna's not your typical hypercarry, but she does have a lot of attack speed in her kit, right? especially with Shiv and the Runans, and Last Whisper is going to be doing that much more hard work in terms of penetration. As XQW is just looking for something, but there's nothing on the bottom side of the map. There are no dragons. 5 seconds for the Baron to spawn, and both teams should be looking to regain control around that area. Primarily for LGD, look for vision inside your own jungle. It's literally pitch black for them right now. They have the Senna, they need to figure out a way where they can play the front to back by using the Azir and the Xin Zhao to zone so that Xiaoye can stand there and auto-attack targets down.
This is just really messy from LGD. They're actively dropping a top wave. Karis did a really good job to shove that one into their tier 2 turret, so they sent XQW up there, and with Azir having to catch these waves, it's going to allow for those vision wars to sway a bit over towards WE as our awesome observers get to show just how dark the top side of that river is right now, and LGD are trying to push their way in, see if they can get some sight down, some vision through. You know Monkey's always looking for a fight. If he has his ult up, both teams are going to jockey in the mid lane. Step number 1 for any sort of big neutral take is going to be trying to control mid waves.
He's also got 200 stacks on the heart seal. He's got Thor mail available, so he can literally just walk up and get hit and not feel a thing. He's feeling a few things now.
He takes the dredge line, hits the Dawning Shadow to the face as well, so Monkey takes a huge lick of damage there. YCX does have to commit the dredge line as well, so you get both bottom lane ultimates, 2 of them out for LGD. If Monkey can heal up, you're feeling pretty confident about that from World Elite.
Yeah, I feel like unfortunately for LGD right here, they don't really have any control wards in their inventory. They actually committed this whole time to take control inside their own jungle. That right now that they took Monkey down and they have the numbers advantage on the map, unfortunately they have to go push out the side waves, and WE are going to take advantage of that and actually start the Baron themselves. I think it's more of a bait Baron to see if anyone is going to sort of take the bait and like TP in potentially, but that was a very long shot right there to try and get XQW or Sasa to TP into this very poor attempt of a Baron bait right there. But again, LGD really need to take control, that when they poke down, when they take huge ultimates or like flashes or anything from Team W, when they have numbers advantage on the map, they need to move their line of vision a little bit more aggressively into Monkey's top side quadrant.
And they've, started the preliminary motions to do that a bit better. Markedly, Sasa gets down to the bot wave, gets that extended wave pushing in their favor. XQW crashes a top wave into that top lane tier 1. That's, kind of the woes that does sit up here for LGD. The lack of structures taken is kind of hurting them as we continue to try and jockey around for this Baron. Cloud Drake is up as well in about 30 seconds, but shouldn't be a huge priority for either one of these teams, as we are just dead even at 2 Drakes apiece. Gotta look towards Monkey. He started 90% of these fights here between both teams. Taeyun, the damage factor behind it, as you can see, has the most gold of anyone on the Rift, also at a pretty big 3-item breakpoint of his own.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be really difficult due to the range that LGD carries have. The Azir, the Senna. I mean, Senna's range is just going to keep growing, right? So it becomes that much more progressively difficult for Monkey to find those huge engages unless he commits his flash. And even when he does, there's flash on XQW, there's flash on Xiaoye. So they just have to be very alert in terms of where Monkey's positioning is and to be able to flash the initial engagement.
Oh, Vampire! Way too far up, has to burn the flash, needs the redemption healing, a window for LGD. They're not going to be able to get the flank wraparound they want, but they do get Monkey chunked down once more. That's the equalizer out of Cube, just to try and keep his team safe, because they're going to buddy up and try and jump their way out. But again, it's Monkey off to the side. It's keeping himself in a solo, has to use the Impale, trying to deliver Clamor to the rest of his team, but it's a way too desync. The hostile takeover, though, from Vampire hits onto 3 members, and Sasa is stunned to try to fly in. What a flash from Taeyun, right over the Emperor's Divide, and now he's like a machine gun barreling down on all of LGD. Triple kill to Taeyun, a wipe down from World Elite.
WE, I'm not gonna lie to you, that looked so grim. That was Xiaoye's time to shine. They were all stuck in a choke point, but they kept overcommitting one by one, but no one could reach the virus over in the backline. I feel LGD just missed such a huge opportunity to turn the game around. No equalizer right here means that you don't necessarily care about getting stuck into this choke point, but XQW overcommits into the backline. The hostile takeover is really good, but look at Xiaoye. He can play over the wall, but then the Ambessa goes too deep. XQW gets too far deep and gets one shot, and this is not how you buy time for your Senna. Everyone diving in to overcommit to low HP targets just gave W exactly what they wanted, you piling up in a very tight choke point.
And in a game, Trouble, where we already saw a bit of over-aggression from Vampire, you know, the Vampire of early on in Split 2, right? Just throwing caution to the wind. That was the staple Vampire fight that have gotten so many people hyped about this player, calling it such a big turnaround for him in this split. He plays patiently, and that hostile takeover, maybe also what saves so many of those health bars. That combined with Taeyun, the rock of this bottom lane and all of WE, this is what has gotten people excited about WE and why they have more wins than many expected, and they're looking for their first win of the play-in tournament as Vampire's hostile takeover locks up YCX as the Baron Siege continues to barrel in to the LGD base.
Yeah, and Karis is right here. He's going to commit his ultimate just to pop them out of the
God,
tower range.
He's
But
caught!
Xiaoye,
He's stuck! He's on top of the equalizer! He nearly burns down to the last of it. But that's going to force him back to base. It should mean the base soon to be broken open by these Baroned up cannon minions.
I'm just going to say he has Spheres of Steel, because I can't say anything else, because he did have Flash, but he didn't commit onto it, and Monkey and crew are just charging in with the last ticks of the Baron buff right there. 1 minute remaining. They have gotten their first inhibitor tower down the bot side of the map, and LGD. There's just so much to be expected, particularly from this game. They've got the scaling, they've got the extra kills onto Senna in the early game. I just expect them to be able to play more of the front to back that we're looking for them to play. And I feel like they have been very, very impatient in these fights, not buying time for Xiaoye. And I feel like the next fight is most likely going to be the last chance right here, as a lot of very crucial items are coming through that are going to make the game much harder. You know, Jack Shaw and Taeyun, good luck killing him. The Hourglass over to Cube. On that Rumble as well, so you're gonna have to try extra hard to deal extra damage to take these targets down from the side of Team WE, and right now you're losing a lot of that vision inside your own jungle as well. LGD are gonna need a miraculous fight where Xiaoye, I don't know, goes above and beyond on that Senna now. Very, very close to the fourth item as well. Can they make it before the game is over?
He's also reaching 120 on the soul stacking, so by this point, once he gets that IE done as the fourth item, he really should have a ton of crit chance, if not near 100%, I have to feel, with the new stacking system for the souls. Trying to get control of this bot wave. XUW's poured a lot of attention in there. He's going to recall now. They're going to sacrifice more structures for that bot lane push. Down goes the mid inhibitor turret alongside its inhibitor as well. So 2 waves of supers coming through here. And if you thought Trouble, if we were worried about Monkey's aggressive diving in the early game on a Skarner, I mean, he's so tanky. Are we even worried anymore?
Okay, I'll give you the positives here, all right? That last tower cannot go down unless they've got pressure on the other two. That bot lane wave is pushed way past the midpoint. YCX, I'm not sure what's happening there. Monkey's in.
Oh, Monkey's in, and he impales 2. Climber gets caught in the impale. Hostile Taker hits both members that Monkey held up, and again, I hyped it up. Monkey's so tanky, he just walks away from all of LGD, smirking with the kill from Found onto YCX.
Okay, I was about to say the positive part is bot lane wave is not pushing yet, as Monkey is looking at Climber right there, not gonna find him. And this means that 2 lanes are going to be pushing in with a lot of minions. Team WE are going to need another Baron to pressure in, which means Infinity Edge is going to get completed by that time from Senna. That's a 4-item Senna that you've got right here. You've got Morpho Mortius onto the Ambassador. You've got Guardian Angel onto Zinza. I was maybe expecting the Seekers to come through from Azir as well. So that is a very, very durable side of LGD that's going to come through from all that farming on those creeps that we're seeing right here. But as I was about to say that, YCX kind of overstepped right there. We saw the skirmish commence. This is one of the strongest versions of Senna we're going to see. 129 souls. You got 4 items. Infinity Edge in the pocket. You actually hurt.
Hurt anybody that comes walking up, but it needs time. It needs to soften up some of these targets before LGD can full send with Climber Zinzao and this Ambessa flying through for the flank. You need to buy time and not panic if you're LGD. And it's hard not to panic, Trouble, with the current game state they're in. We're still in one final fight. We'll give WE the 1-0 edge in this best of 5.
Yeah, and as you can see, Team WE, they're already scouting around the Baron area. 40 seconds. We mentioned how to finish the game unless they get a miraculous pick right here onto LGD or LGD overextends. They're going to need another Baron to come through right here. In 30 seconds, they're going to just barrage the minion waves from bot lane and mid lane over in the base of LGD. Keep them busy, take full control, maybe grab the soul for themselves. It's going to be 4 Cloud Souls as they prepare in a Fnatic bush. Not so much of a Fnatic bush, Vampire's out of the bush, so it doesn't count, I guess. But yeah, complete control into LGD's jungle will most likely guarantee them both objectives here.
Cloud Soul onto the now 4.5 tank item Skarner. Again, Monkey was running under turrets, level 3, with no items. Now, he has a Cloud Soul, and he has a health bar that it's kind of hard to even read by this point with how much heart steel stacks he's got. LGD, it feels almost impossible to deal with the Skarner, so do you then start to hope for the heroics of an XQW flank with an Emperor's Divide, or most importantly, Sasa just hitting these public executions? We're going to have to find out now, Trouble. The Baron's being started up by WE.
Yeah, and I think LGD are doing the right move right here. You have to push through that mid lane, push the wave, and let's see if XQW can make the miraculous play with the Azir.
They're just too late for the Baron, at least. Can they try for the fight after? Monkey's going to fly into the face of YCX again. This guy just ignores damage. But maybe XQW finally has enough to really churn and burn through him. Climber burns the Crescent Guard, but they force Xiaoya way back in the fight at the very bottom. Sasa still has that public execution, and Taeyun is actually sectioned off from the rest of his team, passed completely incorrectly. But Ghost is one hell of a way to save himself, and the Baron take comes a bit anticlimactic, Trouble. No fighting actually amounts from it.
Yeah, the real MVP right here was Carry, seeing Xiaoya completely out of position, blocking him off with the wall, which means Monkey doesn't end up going down. Majority of the damage is on Xiaoya. Xiaoya is not there. There's no damage,
Monkey.
but he's here now.
Half HP, doesn't care, ever aggressive, confident with his big-time Varus behind him, just chasing down one after another. Handshake lands on a YCX, but Monkey goes over the wall, gets the double impale. It's the Monkey highlight show again. Just when you think he's down, he pops over the wall, executes your whole team, and takes the series lead. Monkey Masterclass, Team WE up 1-0.
Team WE giving us flashbacks of the first series when groups Nirvana and Ascent were decided between the two teams. And I just have to remind everyone, LGD was ahead in this series. They were winning the game, and then WE turned the game around with a late game team fight right there. And even though it wasn't like a late game team fight right here, I feel like WE have a lot of ironing down to do for that early game. I feel like the constant aggression and pressure, the kills they gave away, the control they gave away to a team that supposedly scales into the late game was actually kind of scary. Like, I was looking at Azir and Senna, I'm like, you dudes are in a really good spot to carry that late game, but as LGD could just not get their team fights together.
That Trouble definitely looked like a game where both teams might have been off for a month on vacation. A lot. You put it well with the cleaning up. WE, nonetheless, I mean, this is the reliable way that they've won some series against the teams below them in the standings, which they were almost undefeated against. Was they are just so confident when they pick fighting-based comps like this, and Monkey leading the way, that they have hands checked a lot of those teams. And well, LGD out of Group Nirvana, it does work for this game one, and well, it is still on LGD to kind of shut them down from just blowing them out of the water, just confidently going blow for blow. And that's a hard question to answer for this LGD team.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that was a very entertaining game number 1.
Oh, totally.
For games 2 and 3 specifically, because I said it was going to be a 3-0 as I go into cat despair mode again. I'm really sorry about this, guys. I can't control the sun outside. I feel like even though it was very entertaining, I feel like both teams really need to get it together, particularly for LGD. If you are going to be drafting for a late game composition, look at what your early game pieces are. I feel like the fact that Monkey consistently kept attacking the bot side didn't allow Climber to play towards the Ambessa, to play maybe towards the Azir, to punish the flash that they took off of Cube early on onto that Rumble, right? I feel like it was the Rumble that brought Team WE back into the game. The reset, walking into the fights, the equalizers, getting that kill, the rocket bell that could reach the targets. I feel like Cube was kind of the unsung hero of that early game that got brought back for Team WE, and that's because Climber was just too busy guarding that bot lane that he couldn't capitalize on the early flash that he took over on the top side of the map.
The synopsis really feels like LGD in the early game, way too reactionary, way too protective. And then once they did try and get aggressive on the map and force some of these fights, Trouble, they were never in great positions to do so.
I mean, I'm going to be very honest. I thought Azir was going to have less damage than Nautilus here. I feel like I expected way more from XQW. But like, again, the fights were so short from the side of LGD. They just kept overcommitting that I feel like had they played a proper front to back, had Zinzao bot time, Nautilus bot time, and Bessa diving in the background at the right moments, like I truly did believe that that LGD draft could turn things around. But I feel like, again, cherry on top, Monkey, I feel like, you know, fail enough and you will eventually learn and succeed. And I mean, he dived on us so many times. Hey, he got majority of them right. You can't go wrong with that.
And most importantly, Trouble, he also got a ton of Hearthsteel stacks, which is the most important thing to chase his Skarner.
That's why he was doing it. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, you see his health bar by the end of that game? I mean, he was standing in front of a 3-item Azir. Yeah, he was scaling. I mean, he stood in front of a 3-item Azir and a Senna and was just like, I'll brush it off. We're seeing these replays. You'll see Monkey's health bar just grow and grow. But, you know, despite how messy of a game this was from also WE, they still stylistically are in form with how they want to win games. It's Monkey starting off the big plays, and guys like Taeyun and Vampire always in positions to bring home the fights. That's how WE had 7 wins in Group Ascend, and it's good to see it carried over to the play-ins after a shorter break for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly really fun to see how they just brute force fights all the time, right? But I feel like playing against, again, LGD, you might get forgiven and you might be able to close out games like they did right here, but we have seen cases of WE keep doing that to teams like Top Esports, to teams like IG, to teams like AL, and it just, like, they're gonna chop your hand off and then they're gonna take the rest of your body throughout the game as well, right? So that's why I want to see a more sort of controlled aggression coming from Team WE, because we know that Monkey is one of the most aggressive junglers that we have in the league, right? We know that he's the moving gear for the side of Team WE, but we need more calculated ganks, and I feel like they were too fixated early on having that Senna pinned down, not allowing any stacks to go through. That I feel like, look at this, in the end, they just didn't have to, right? Like, Taeyun played a fantastic Varus later on. He scaled, he was playing Lethal Tempo, he did have the damage, and he pulled through. And this was one of the most heartbreaking fights, particularly for me. I thought this was the time where LGD were going to turn this around, and they just kept overcommitting one by one in, didn't buy time for Xiaoye, couldn't put down the damage.
I mean, right on time. This is the clip I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I've got 2 guys impaled. I got 3 others whacking on me. I'm all right, guys. I'm just going to walk out of this. We got our kill? All right, I'm going to walk out. That's just how tanky Monkey was in this game. But I'm glad you mentioned Taeyun, as we do kind of pivot into this conversation, Trouble, to close out Game 1. Player of the game. Taeyun, masterful fight towards Baron when it got close, but are you giving a big old POG over to Monkey in this one overall?
Yeah. I think it would have to be Monkey.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a few whoopsies in the early game. I feel like maybe this is why there's a case of maybe Taeyun taking the MVP right there, because I felt like he was more stable from the early until the late, right? His team fighting positioning was phenomenal, yeah, and I feel like Monkey kept like over-forcing the early game. But on the other side, I feel like without Monkey here, without over-forcing, without trying always to get to that backline, flashing forward, committing flashes, committing ultimates, taking flashes, taking ultimates, I feel like the fights would not have looked the same. So I feel like there's a case for either of them to actually get the MVP here.
As the AD carry player here on this cast,
here we go. Okay.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Taeyun does not get to be this big of a monster if Monkey doesn't just... simple way to put it is like, buy this much space. You call it with like the flashes, just being a nuisance at the front line. It's 100% should be Monkey here, because it's hard. Marksman, it can be really easy to just kind of fire in line.
Wait, I thought you were going to be biased.
I know. I
just
totally baited you.
Me.
I know, I totally bamboozled you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, you know, I will be the first one to champion Marksman when they deserve the player of the games for flashy plays, but this was not one of them outside that one fight from Taeyun. And it looks like the voters agree with us. Monkey grabs player of the game. That is the 11th one for a guy that did not start.
96%.
Yeah, 96% kill participation. He has 11 player of the games, and this guy was not playing for WE all of 2025 so far. If that doesn't excite you for the future of junglers in the LPL, I don't know what will. But you know what makes me not excited, Trouble, but grateful? That is our Coffee and YouTube subscribers. We're extremely thankful for both of those camps. You guys help level up the show you are getting to watch right in front of us now. A lot of the additional payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it goes to paying on-air talent like myself and Trouble here. Subscribe to our Coffee. It is linked in the chat below. You unlock perks like early access for content and the awesome ability to ask unique interview questions. Shout out Patty that has the on-site interviews here for the unofficial LPL English broadcast. So thank you again to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers. We are going into our first intermission of the night. On the other side, we're going to hear from one of our other lovely sponsors and get back into the nitty-gritty to see if LGD have a quick response to WE after they punch them in the mouth to take a 1-0 lead in this play-in tournament.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as our continued coverage of the play-in stage. Split 2 here in the LPL. We'll continue on pretty soon, but before then, I've got a question for everybody out there. Have you heard about MOBA Trainer, a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles? You can boot up the program just like you're seeing on your screen now, work through puzzles every day, and you'll improve your game knowledge. You select a puzzle from this awesome map that we will show later on. You answer questions in a cinematic form, and you unlock more features. There's the map. Thank you, Brett. So that's the map behind that you can start working on and progress through. There's progression in MOBA Trainer, and we're going to do one right now to show you guys how this goes. We're just going to do a random puzzle, Trouble, and see what it gives us and test our league knowledge. We're getting a hard one, and we're unlocking mid as
your
a
mid
support
lane as
rel.
a support. Okay, bet. Just go mid.
All right.
GG.
Just go mid. Hey, you know what? All right, let's go back to caster cams. You know what? We solved it. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. We're out of base. Okay, what is... I don't even want to know what's going on bot side. Oh, look, it's Monkey killing Shaya. The sun is dead. All right.
Where's our AD carry? Our AD carry is dead. Screw going bot. Move to top. Go mid. Well, it's about unlocking our mid laner. No, go mid.
I mean, this is about helping mid, so I feel like this is an
Right?
easy slam dunk answer. Yeah, good start. All right. 1 for 1.
I mean,
speed
I
up.
think there's nothing to do going top if your AD carry is dead and no one's there. All right.
Yep.
Ward Void Grubs. Ward Enemy Jungle. Go on Kale. You know what?
no
This guy's
flash,
under tower.
ult,
Go on
though.
Kale. Who cares?
All right, Troubles, I'm liking it. Bam. 2
Oh,
for
hell yeah.
2.
Hell yeah.
And you said you were bad at this. Come on now. Playoff buff for
Listen,
Trouble.
I'm a full-on diamond player. Excuse you. Wow,
Nice
and
get
take the
flex
kill.
diamond.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
and the
damn
thumbs up.
straight. That's
All right,
damn
well.
straight.
Alt F4 is going
All
to
right.
hit by me after that one. All right, let's see. What do we do after the kill here, Trouble?
I think you place deep vision right here. You have the cannon with you. Jace is also walking bot side. I think we go deep vision here. We've killed mid lane anyway.
Look at that. Trouble going 3 for 3 with ease. We couldn't show it because Trouble bodied this one with ease, but whenever you pick something wrong, there's a video explanation for the MOBA Trainer devs that talks about, you know, why they think this would be the right decision to try and help you correct your gameplay. There's the XP system. You get points. This is what gets you the new unlocked modes. Trouble balling out. 300 points with a little bit of a point multiplier. That goes back to the map that we talked about earlier. And we don't have the script working below, so I'll make sure to just read this one out for you guys a bit slower. If you enjoyed that, you could subscribe for 20% off on unlimited puzzles using our code LPL20. LPL20 at checkout. Big shout out to MOBA Trainer. The proceeds from that code goes directly to us and those devs. Getting in a draft here. We are the Trouble. Game 2 LGD. First blue side game. And we see the Nico start to get some ban priority as the Vibe ban priority also sticking around from WE, even on the red side.
Oh, I was about to say if we're going to see any Yone Sejuani action, but W say absolutely not. They take one of the two components out. Yone banned. I'm looking now at things like the Pantheon that was banned over in game number 1, but right here, if W don't take it out, I'm expecting LGD to even first pick it here.
Getting another... He gets the Ezreal ban coming across here nonetheless. We have the Pantheon. You talked about it, right? Like a big B1 pick for a lot of these junglers. So LGD, they're sticking with Climber still. He's going to lock that one in. That's been a staple as of late.
Oh, love that. I love that. Now, caveat if tank killing AD carries. One of the best tank killing AD carries currently in the meta is Kai'Sa. And she is open if LGD choose to go for more of the side and dive into the backline, play more of an assassin kind of role. So let's see if LGD are going to choose to go for more of an all-in type of vibe, or if they're going to choose to play more of a front-to-back scene. The Victor being hovered here. One, I don't necessarily like it too much with Pantheon. Doesn't have like a very good mid-jungle synergy, right? But they might want to lock more of a control mage right here, which means they're playing more of a front-to-back kind of deal.
Or do they just go for the Yorick here? Sasso is going to lock that one in as we talk about, you know, the evolving meta through the LPL. That's been a big pick here. It's been really awesome when it works, but it's also been decently exploited. It's kind of a tunneling sort of win con that you want to play for, as the Orianna hover Get an interesting reaction there from Trouble. Not a fan of this one with the comp. No Pantheon ball delivery system.
I mean, Pantheon ball delivery system is fine, but I'm just wondering about the Scion. It's just becoming really, really difficult to kill him. You actually need like a lot of damage through your mid to help you kill the Scion. And I understand the whole concept of, hey, let's take the Yorick on a side lane, he'll keep you busy. He never keeps him busy. Like, Scion can join whenever he wants to, right?
Oh.
And maybe Yorick can take the side lane. Monkey locks in his
Monkey
Trundle right
Trundle.
here.
Yeah.
Which was banned out. So if you were looking for Kanavi, we have Kanavi at home, guys. So sit tight and enjoy the show. Monkey is also a fantastic Trundle player, obviously.
Really
I'm
good.
joking right here, making the reference to Kanavi.
Yeah, I even want to look up. I believe he's got like a really high win rate ever since the rare times he's broken up. It's not a lot of games, but he's been pretty knocked down with this pick nonetheless, and wants to brawl with Climber in the early jungle. So, I mean, it just fits right into Monkey's mold of aggression, right? But this time, maybe instead of diving for AD carries, it's just going to be trying to brawl Climber wherever he finds him in the jungle. Moving through the second ban phase, though, between our two squads, and it's just all marksman-oriented. We are really going to pitch the pool of AD carries available for either of these players. And I do want to point out, you talked about it, right, for Taeyun specifically. Lucian Ezreal, his two probably best statistically so far this split, are not going to be available. And for Xiaoya, he even gets a Draven ban here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like right here you have two choices, right? Again, you either go with the Kai'Sa that can actually deal with champions diving her, potentially like the Trundle, you go into the backline, you can deal with tanks like the Sign if you go for the Kraken Slayer build, or we have seen some Zeri turn up as well.
Ooh.
And right now with things like Nautilus and Vi completely taken out, there is no point-click CC that can pin down Zeri, which is her biggest nemesis right here. So I'm wondering if Xiaoya is actually thinking towards going for something that's a little bit more heavy damage, like he did in game number 1 with the Senna, and scaling into that late game to be able to take care of targets like the Scion and like the Trundle.
We'll have to see what Xiaoya wants to go for. I love this from Taeyun, though. You see the Orianna, you see a Pantheon that's going to be diving onto you, and even, you know, potential support with engage tools we're expecting from YCX. Boom, Featherstorm comes across. Do not have to worry as much about the lockdown onto this Xayah. Xiaoya does give you a little bit of credence here, Trouble, hovering around with the Zeri if he wants to go for the hyperscaling late-game threat. Would be interesting to see this paired up with a Yorick comp. Nonetheless, Xiaoya is going to lock that one in now. What do we like with this Zeri? I wouldn't have thought an aggressive lane partner like the Elise.
I'd like for it to taste purple, in my opinion, right here, especially if you're playing with the Zeri. However, I wouldn't mind an engage support, such as Rel potentially, or an Alistar to come through, because LGD's engage potential is really lacking. Oh, I love that even more, right? I completely forgot.
Okay.
You take away the pairing with the Rakan, extremely slippery champion, so even if you play an engage support into it, Rakan doesn't necessarily care as much people think he cares about them, specifically because you can play a little bit more laid back over in the laning phase, let Zeri sort of farm, and just play for the fights later on. I love what LGD got going on, sort of like following the theme of we're scaling in every single lane, particularly mid and bot lane, but we have a bridge for that early to mid game aggression through our Pantheon. Now, I would love to see Climber leverage the fact that he's got one of the best fist fighting champions in that early to mid game and actually try and play for other lanes, try to get advantages, particularly looking towards that Yorick top side.
It is going to be hard because I think on the flip side, Monkey might just try and force Climber to play his game again, not necessarily by covering a lane as much this time, but again, I think I would be surprised if Monkey is not forcing invades to try and just club Climber to death here. Climber, again, has had so much time off. He hasn't played a stage game for LGD in a ton of time. In fact, right around back until the LGD played WE the first time round before they were sent down to Group Nirvana, and Game 1 showed the difference, the edge that Monkey has brought not only to the jungle matchup, but into Team WE as well. As we are getting set here to get on to the Rift for Game 2, a pivotal one if LGD want to keep this play-in bout competitive.
All right, we just wanted to give
little
production just a
technical-
second there.
Yeah,
We're
just
back.
a sec.
We're back, guys.
Yep.
All right, I'm ready for this, actually. I want LGD to play slow and steady, use their jungler to leverage that early to mid-game spike that you've got with your hands in Pantheon. And for Monkey, it's just kind of like an all-in situation, right? Rumble is, Trundle is so good at actually taking 1v1s, very, very similar to Volibear. And if he went hard in game number 1, I want him to go even harder in game number 2 here.
Why not? It's been what has been such a breakthrough for World Elite in Group Ascend. What could pilot them to the playoffs when back at the start of Split 2, nobody even had them trouble in Group Ascend. And now they could be one of our playoff teams in Split 2 and lock up Group Ascend again for the final split summer of LPL here. But LGD, they were just a cut above most Nirvana teams, all split long in their single round robin. And even though they have brought Nayu out with Climber in, they need to show a competitive spirit. And it's through Climber, like you pointed out, in the early game, as might have that 1v1 sooner than we expected. Climber going to try and get up here to get a ward down on those Raptors, but yep, Trundle can clear out those wards easy with the bite, so Climber gets an HP trade, but is going to lose out on the information game.
Yeah, the word's going to go down. The other one's going to get cleared. And both junglers are going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. So bot lane prio is of pivotal importance. One of the reasons why we really look at priority lanes for the junglers to path is basically a lot of the timing, right? Specifically since like Trundle is really good at taking the 1v1s, particularly into like face fight champions like Champion and Sinzal and all that. He's actually like pretty good like volley there. One of the reasons why we're looking at lane prior is because it saves you time. You don't want to have to do a 180 and turn around to go to the other side of the map just so you can commit to a scuttle grab yourself, right? So right here, I'm expecting both WE and LGD to go really, really hard on these lanes towards the bottom of the map to try and get that priority to move together with their jungler to solidify that bot lane scuttle.
Level 2 going to come through for Xiaoya and YCX, just as you're talking about that priority.
Monkey skipped Raptors right there. He's heading towards potentially that bot side of the map. It is at level 3, of course, to walk inside that river, but he did skip that top side.
Get level 3 off this Gromp.
Ooh.
But the wave does reset. Taewood and Vampire play a bit slower. No, of course not, because Vampire wants to go in with the Headbutt Pulverize combo now available. YCX walks away pretty bruised and battered. Knight out of the Alistair, nonetheless.
I just want to say right here that WE have ended up with 3 prior lanes again. With Karis pushing in, Q pushing in, Vampire with a fantastic aggressive trade to take the control over on the bottom of the map. So Monkey, again, he's having in his hands 3 pushing lanes to get to play. However, the fact that he went to his run first, it shows you a sign of, hey, maybe there was a gank by Climber over the bot lane of the map. He was ready, he was close. You get that level 3 closest to your bot lane as possible. He's still leaving the Raptors up, and I'm expecting him to walk straight into the river with this one.
That's what he's going to do, to fight over the Scuttle Crab. LGD might have first roam over here, though, with the wave pushing in their favor, but Monkey spots out Climber, and oh boy, here we go. Pillar down, Monkey trying to throw it down, but it's Vampire linking up with him so well, as they've done all year long. Head of Organized lands onto 2. Flash heal comes out of Xiaoya. He burns his ghost as well, trying to chase down Taeyoon. Gets the zap slow that cleanses the slow, but Taeyoon's going to fall to Climber. Can Monkey and Vampire try and trade this one back out? They're just going to club their way through, but Xiaoya is just too powerful. Karis comes in a bit late, nearly finds the trade onto XQW. He's going to flash to secure it, but will he pay with his own life? No, because Vampire gets the Headbutt Pulverize back up, and now they have Xiaoya pinned. Even when you think WE are down, they're just too good in these skirmishes. 3 for 1 to grab up Feats of Warfare.
What is going on? We're having deja vu from game number 1, and Karis, the real true big winner right here, pushing that mid lane, roaming in, cleaning out this fight for Team WE. He looked absolutely doomed. When we actually get the replay, I'll show you how Taeyoon split his focus onto 2 targets, which means that the feathers were not necessarily focused onto one direction. So when he pulled them, he didn't actually stun anyone. He had to flash over the wall. Overall, 3 kills going over to Team WE. You mentioned the tick over there on the first Battlefield of Warfare. Keep your eyes on the Taeyoon right here. First of all, Team WE do not have the pressure over the bosses, so LGD walking first. And Taeyoon will focus further down first towards Xiaoya and then towards Climber. That when he pulls them right here, he necessarily end up creating a route for anyone. So LGD use that to advance forward. Now, if you look along the riverside, Karis, as they walk down that river, he's chunking down XQW the whole way. So Karis a real big MVP right here. Really, really digging W out of a very deep hole in that early.
Well, you know, most times want to be afraid of a Zeri just kind of not being a priority in a fight. It's just too early for Xiaoya to have enough damage to really turn that. To see the WE fans love that. Super pumped up. You see, once again, Monkey starting the fight. And as we are going to have to continue to highlight, Trouble, it's been a different hero every time. You pointed out game one, it was really Cube. There was the driving force on that Rumble behind Monkey's Steam engine. Then it was Taeyun later on the Varus, and now, I mean, a 2-0 rise out of the early game. That's like a dream scenario for any mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially mid laner like Rise, right? You want that motivation early. You want to start to defend really, really fast. They're going to take that one.
Oh, the round whooping. Yep, Karis is the first one with ultimate up. They've got a 4 versus 3, and Xiaoya with no summoners is easy pickings. Karis going on a killing spree. WE looking deadly.
Nah, Karis is absolutely smurfing that early game. He's actually sacrificing lane to get WE ahead, grabbing 3 kills for himself as well. And again, Rise, he's sort of a farming mid laner that actually buys components that don't necessarily result in a lot of pressure in the early game. You know, you're going towards the Road of Ages, you get the tier early. So like, these components are sort of components that will carry you further down the line, further down the game. They don't necessarily result or translate into power early on. So to be able to complete them that early is fantastic, but getting your team ahead in tempo right here, getting those neutral objectives early, Karis, what a fantastic early game.
Glad you use that word, tempo, because that feels like the likeness of WE. Whenever they have it, they look like, you know, outside of some riskier fights, an unbeatable squad. And when they don't, things will start to get nervous for the World Elite fans. Vampire is trying to play with some tempo. The lane swap does come across here from Taeyun and Vampire towards the top side. And you're always happy to do that as the Scion, right? The ultimate 1v2 bargain, but we are getting a response here from LGD as they actually have Xiaoya in the mid lane, and they do shift XQW down. So, Trouble, where does that really tell you the priorities lie for these teams as we get the grub spawning up?
Yeah, I feel like XQW goes over down to the bottom of the map because he's gonna have his teleport available to find friends out around the void trap, and then use his assassin right here together with the support to try and gain some control to the top side. You've got the maiden right there, which pushes the lane effectively for you. So you're trying to gain some sort of control over on the top side of the map for LGD to get those void grabs as we're seeing right now. And if they do need their mid laner, look at XQW. He shot down that bot lane. Sion's gonna respond. Now she's transferred over to that mid lane. She's gonna push that in. Very well easily TP down bot lane again and have Sion take that mid lane wave.
Right, but LGD, we have 4 members up here towards the top side as Climber does finish off the grubs. So 3 grubs picked up. Fight's gonna break out as Vampire was kind of held at bay well by YCX and Sasua. So does get a pretty big win here for LGD. They grab those grubs, and you saw last game how well WE actually were able to translate those grubs into a sneaky gold lead with all the plates they were using on her.
Yeah, but I feel like they're spreading themselves a little bit too thin, right? They were taking void grabs, but then they were trading on the top side, and XQW had to transfer from bot lane to mid lane, but then no one responded to the wave down bot lane, even though XQW could have TP'd into it, or Sasa could have also reset earlier to cast down the wave, and that was a Scion that was about 20 CS behind and a couple hundred gold behind as well, and now Cube has suddenly caught up to Sasa, and again, that Scion is going to be a little bit dangerous to deal with later on. Obviously, you have quite a bit of damage together with the Zeri, but Zeri is a scaling kind of champion. You need to have those 3 items, 3 to 4 actually items on the sort of Zeri to properly deal with champions like the Scion. But hold up, Karis.
Karis is playing with another level of confidence right now, using these early game realm warps to try and pick off Sasua, which is the hardest target to really go through this healing. The main damage is really prospering, but Vampire is going to fly in, not before we get the kill from XQW over on to Karis. So what does this fight look like without the Rise? Well, it looks pretty damn good with Taeyun here. Grand Starfall comes in. Hello, Climber from the heavens to try and save it, but that Blade Caller from Taeyun. Make sure it's another trade. Taeyun, though, has to be left by Vampire in the 1v1, and Climber's use of that Pantheon Global looks like Batman coming in to save Robin.
Bro, you talked about confidence. I'm just thinking W are way too confident, like way past what they should be right here. They're diving onto a Yorick over on the bottom of the map. Climber insta replies with a with the ult in. XQW does have TP, so he responds to that aggression. And I feel like Taeyun even flashing in for the Blade Caller into 2 full HP members as well, just to get that 1 kill. Committing your flash, Azaya, committing your ultimate means that neutral objectives are not going to be easy for Taeyun to walk into as 30 seconds from the next dragon. And let's watch this one more time. Karis is in, but he gets absolutely beaten up by the Maiden, who's not being touched at all. And you can see that Monkey and Karis cannot take down that Yorick, who has the Maiden up. XGW has some TP. And while all of this is going on, you'll see that on the top side of your screen, Taeyun comes in, Roll coming in from Climber as well, and I feel like that Blade Caller right here with the flash committed into a full almost HP, talking half HP Alistar, and a full HP, what am I saying, a full HP Pantheon and a full HP Orianna. This is a little bit too much right here because you do get the kill, but in 30 seconds when the Dragon's down, how does this Xayah walk into the neutral objective?
That's what, you know, that last point you made is what has really shown how muddy of a series this has been, macro-wise, approaching these two teams, is that we see it from the top teams, right? Trouble, they always fight when there's something to gain. But these, WE especially, they're just fighting to fight, no matter what timers are up across the map.
Yeah, I feel like that's the case right here. That's why we asked for WE to clean up their access a little bit, because going into playoffs, especially when teams can choose their opponents, and you go like top esports looking at you, AL looking at you, they're like, oh yeah, W don't look very coordinated, right? As I'm saying that, they're trying to walk into this river. Not a very easy task because they do not have a lot of setup for it.
Really waiting on Vampire's vertical will timer for him to really be unleashed, as there is the snap coming out from Xiaoya. Pops the Zeri ultimate, but he's got to run away from Monkey, who has him staring him down in the face. Climber in the background picks up the dragon, but Vampire is going to land the stun onto the slippery YCX. There is the Blade Caller Featherstorm combination from Karis, but it's the Zeri. Xiaoya still firing away with these zaps of lightning, and alongside Climber making a deadly duo for LGD.
Few things here. Xayah cannot play those neutral objectives with no flash, with no ult. Taeyun overextends, ends up getting shut down. Xiaoya, the true winner from this fight right here, because if you do not have pinning down tools, Karis can make out. No!
All right, Climber. I'm liking what we're seeing out of this guy. We talked about game one, just so reactionary, so hesitant, and then desperate. Now he's looking cold and calculated with these Pantheon ultimates, finding kill after kill.
I mean, it's very messy from both teams, right? As you mentioned, that there's
Still
this
messy,
fight,
yeah.
and whoever ends up winning the fist fight gets the neutral objective in the end. Let's watch this one more time. Taeyun right here does not have his ultimate available, which is why Xiaoya plays so aggressively towards him. But even though Xiaoya usually dashes into the mouth of the wolf, there is no point-click CC he's pulling down, which means he gets to 3 hits for free. And once Taeyun has actually overcommitted to kill the Rakan with the ultimate, this is where Xiaoya actually finds the opportunity to walk forward and take those kills together with Climber.
It's his first kill on the board. That gold helps him get over to the Yuntal. Has the upgraded 2-2 boots. It's a slight advantage in that gold department. For all those Monkey All-Pro truthers out there, take a look at the gap that's being made in the jungle here. Climber, 5-1. Shocking all of us by... So he moved into that starting role, and it's good to see after a rough game one, he has responded in droves, but WE, they're always looking for responses on the map to get back in. They do get a flash out of XQW. Good recognition there by Vampire.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive right there from XQW. He did have a little bit of vision over in the river, but the second you see the Alistar, you actually have to commit your flash to not end up going down. No flash for Karis for the follow-up right there, but there is enough CC on Alistar that he can beat down that Orianna and punish. But right now, you're still stuck on the top side of the map, and as you can see on your mini-map, Vampire is going to stick around, going to put down some vision. And let's see if WE can actually punish a very mobile carry such as Orianna that doesn't have their flash available either. As we're watching a little bit of a movie fight on the also map, level 11 for that Sion.
Yeah, they're just having fun with Sasuke's play plan, as I like to call it.
This must be so silly, right? Like, you're saying that you're hitting each other, but you don't see the HP bars really move.
It's just making sure that, like, you guys still can't do damage, because they're like a little... Are you worried at this point, Trouble, in that matchup, that you just don't stop, you don't do damage anymore? You gotta make sure, like, it still works, right? Like, I'm not bugged. I am causing damage to this Sion,
I'm
right?
hitting this Sion, surely it hurts.
Surely, right? Surely it's doing something to this guy. At the very least, mental in wage warfare. We'll have to see if maybe Monkey swings over as the best subjugate target this entire game, by the way, is just going to be Sasha. It's going to be Taekyun's member. So, I want to applaud LGD. We didn't point out too much in draft how they actually punished the Trundle subjugates. boy, here we go. WE again. They're looking to fight when they're really late to this play, but I like this TP on the XQW. He sidestepped his double onslaught, but he is as doomed as possible. In the background, you saw Climber use that grand starfall to get out of the pit, but maybe it's actually a bigger win for LGD, because I forgot about the York on the side.
Yeah, that's a net positive play for LGD right here for sure. This is a committed TP. Sure, they lose their mid laner, but they take that bot lane tower and the Herald, which they can pop here and take that mid lane tower as well, which is so important for any team to start breaking the map up. I would like to see LGD actually push another shot right here with the Rift Herald. Since you see members, yeah, there's 3 members spread on the side lanes right here, so I would love to see another bonk coming through on the side of LGD, like really truly milk that Rift.
There's so much going on the map right now, because WE Monkey made the call to blast down a tier 2 turret, but then Sasu's like, no, they're not getting away with this. We can't let them. He TP's directly behind them. Karis has his own TP. The playpen will not stop the Realm War, but you know what does? Climber stun. So Karis goes down. Monkey's getting slowed up. He commits the flash, but Xiaoya over the wall, going toe-to-toe, not afraid of the Ice Troll himself, and Monkey has to back up to the tier 1 turret. Xiaoya playing a different level of confidence right now, and he's trying to carry his squad home to even this series up 1 apiece as they take the gold lead back from WE.
They turned it around. Great TP from Sasa right there to cut LGD off. Sorry, to cut WE off from pressuring that top lane tier 2. I was expecting a completely different exchange right here. You saw 3 members of WE on the map take that free throw to open up that mid lane tier 2 as well, do as much damage as possible. But LGD turn around and put themselves on the offense right here. The resets are going to come through. Control wards, 4 of them in the inventory as well. And they're heading towards that dragon. TP not up for Cube. However, Sidon has a really big advantage where if you are in the river, you can literally just ult from the top side of the map all the way to the bottom side of the map and truly, really join a team without necessarily having a teleport, but also having an impact. You're going to see him on the top side of the map. He's going to be making his way towards that bot side. Sasa, no TP as well. This is going to be a 4 versus 5 for LG.
WE, you got to make this dragon count, because you are going to sacrifice at minimum a turret's worth of gold, and Sasa's looking to push for even more here. Like the picture-in-picture, you're going to see that top lane tier 1 go down. Another good trade for LGD. That's just the second Ocean Soul, but it's actually XQW that stun locks me as he gets caught out by Vampire. Using the Shockwave to try and buy some space with the Seraph Shield. Is going to slip back under the tier 1 turret. Vampire might have thought W had a surefire kill, but now the heating up turret's doing so much damage to him.
Oh, Panther's pinging,
pop the Unbreakable Will. Oh, good call out there, Trouble. Good use of the Observers. Here comes the 7-1 Climber on the Pantheon, flying in for his 1v1 against Monkey. That one feels personal, but so does that hit from Karis. Pushes too much damage into the face of XQW. Next to fall is YCX. And Climber just can't get close enough. He has to flash forward with the lightning crash out of Xiaoya. How much damage can this Zeri get? 0! Taeyun flies on in behind the feathers to find the kill back onto Xiaoya. It was scrappy once more, Trouble, but WE somehow come out on top just slightly in the kill count.
Yeah, now Sasa was also pinging right there that he was on his way to try and cut Monkey and Taeyun off. It's not going to be the case. Another essence of team fighting and skirmishing right there for LGD and WE for absolutely no reason at all. Other than we saw champion, we exchange blows right here. So the Pantheon ulti comes through to break them apart, but Karis sees the target. He sees XQW, doesn't have his flash available, flashes forward. And I feel like right here, WE saw the true bigger picture right here, which was split them apart so we're not outnumbered. And by doing this, they actually managed to stall time, buy time for Taeyun to also come through. Climber will grab another kill towards the end onto Vampire. So in the end, it's going to be most like an even exchange. 8-1 and 2 Climber on this Panther right now. Black Cleaver completed, which benefits a lot the AD carry and the top laners are dealing extra AD damage as well through that as well. And Climber well and truly online in this game, about 1.7k up onto Monkey.
So awesome to see Trouble, because coming into 2025, a lot of hype behind Climber, getting the shot for LGD on that starting roster after they got pulled up with such a successful LDL campaign the year prior. It's a rough go of it in Split 2. Bench of Renayo. coaching staff had confidence in this, one of the other young prodigies in the jungle. Now he's showing out, but Vampire, he's had some weary engages on this Alistar before, and now he's showing it as he delivers the shockwave of destiny coming out from XQW, and look who's untouched in the fight. It's Xiaoya running wild with the lightning crash, looking to pick up all the kills. It's a defensive realm warp just to save Cube and Karis. LGD are coming back with a vengeance in this series.
Absolutely fantastic aggression right there. Again, no flash onto Taeyun means that it's very, very difficult to walk through choke points, to try and walk through your jungle unattended, without vision. They find target, the execute target, the mid lane tower almost goes down to XPW as well. It's just gonna be 1 or 2 hits from the AD carry. The Katakan going over to LGD, and they're well and truly got their feet into this game. Very, very well rooted. I feel like Xiaoya right here, the redemption arc of the scaling AD carry, Senna in the game number 1 didn't work, but right here, he's playing a little bit more of his own game. You have a lot more agency with the Zeri to play around, and again, Vampire, he overextends right here, and they instantly get closed in. I think I'm getting a little bit flashback from game number 1. It happened again, and Taken right here again gets skill check, doesn't ult early, or that Orianna ult, and then the rest of W members get chased down, carries saving just the 2 of them. But again, that is Vampire overextending right there. They don't have vision, they walk a little bit too far forward, and they end up getting punished.
The dichotomy of WE's playstyle already rearing its head in this series. We talked about earlier, Trouble. When they have tempo, they are really hard to stop. But now that they're playing from behind and they should try and play passively, pick their battles, that's just not in their playstyle. And the desperate fights are just compounding on themselves.
They're closing in on Karis in the top of the map. Vampire's around.
Xiaoya? Oh, here's the Grand Starfall. Karis, Realm Warp is up, but he knows the stun will kind of cancel it. Waits for the first stun to come across from Climber. Yeah. Karis kiting back pretty comfortably. His Cube and Vampire in. Down goes Climber. The 8-1 Pantheon off the board. So all attention turns to Xiaoya. Trying to keep that Lightning Crash passive up. Great double charm quickness coming out from YCX, and Taeyun will pay the Pied Piper. And look who's flying back in after it, Sasa. But it's a bouncy house next to the Alistar and the Scion. Xiaoya doesn't have the Lightning Crash anymore, so he limits his damage, and he doesn't have enough to kill off Cube. We go 1 for 1, but a big shutdown off the board for LGD.
Is Taeyun's ult button broken? There's 2 fights back-to-back. Taeyun has gone down without pressing ult, and right there he had all the chance in the world. He didn't have flash in this particular iteration, just came up. Because I was looking at that, but the ultimate has been up in both iterations. It's just not been able to press it, to get away from that. I felt like WE turned this around fantastically. They were in numbers disadvantage, and they still turned it around by shutting down Climber, very importantly. And right here, another neutral objective has a spawned map. It will be Stone Point if WE managed to contest that one and take it for themselves. A lot of crucial ultimates missing, particularly Zeri, Rakan, Pantheon on the side of LGD, and WE are looking for a way into this river.
Don't have a lot of reliable ultimates themselves. No unstoppable onslaught. No subjugate just yet. They don't have the Realm Warp. Huge win con of W want to try and make the comeback. They're down 4K gold. There's the unstoppable onslaught. Great play place used there from the Yorick of Sasa. Now they're going to actually just try and burn through the Scion. Vampire flies in the background as well. Karis in the stasis as Climber tries to hold the front line. And there flies in YCX. Gets the knockups, gets the charms, and just wrecks the fight for LGD. Sure, you see Monkey pick up the dragon to get to Soul Point, but at what cost, WE? Because Climber is on the hunt, and there's nowhere for Karis to hide. Desperately trying to run away, but the flash for flash trade actually really well mastered, and holy moly! How does Karis get out and kill Xiaoya?
Karis weaves the thread right there through the needle hole. Manages to get out, takes a kill with him. Importantly though, LGD, they lose the dragon, they win the fight. Xiaoya on this Zeri is unstoppable. No point-click CC to pin him down is really, really hurting WE. Because as you'll see here on the replay, fantastic play from Cube. Dives into the backline, breaks LGD into 2 groups. Orianna Pantheon on one side, but Climber turns it around. When Vampire dives in, the big shockwave from XQW keeps WE apart from the support. That Vampire has to back off, which means that then WE lose this fight by not being
I wanna see this again,
at
though.
the same time, at the same place, right? But Karius right here, he goes to the left, and when Climber commits the flash, flashes under tower, snipes Xiaoye in the meantime. Fantastic player here. I feel like Karius has been playing very, very well onto this rise, but WE have just not been on the same pace. Page, sorry. Not Page, he's not here.
FaZe is not here. I mean, W would love FaZe to be here because he's the one that never really gets rattled, no matter what the game state is as an AD. And the guy that we pointed as the rock of WE has been shaky on the Saya, leading the team with 6 deaths in this one. LGD, they know these fights are still pretty close, and there's a win con and Ocean sold up for WE with so many of them showing bot side. I love this call. They're just looking to burn through this Baron. They don't need to worry about Cube. He's just an easy side piece to push off to the wayside. YCX will fall, but that's LGD with Baron onto 4 members. Can they get out? Xiaoye has to flashback. What a 3-man shockwave coming across from XQW, but Xiaoye gets stunned up. Monkey off to the side doesn't have the damage to finish him off. And look at the Zeri run wild. The electricity in the arena on the Rift for the LGD AD carry. He's got the triple kill. Is he gonna go for the superstar play? No. Temper your expectations. LGD, they have the Baron. Maybe Xiaoye wants it. You can see it in his eyes. He wants to hunt for these last 2 kills. Taeyun and Karis are having blinking health bars, and the main goal on the other side is Sasa, who is running amok in the base. Trouble. Sasa might just end this game because Karis and Taeyun will not get back to base.
Yeah, XQW is gonna stop in 10 seconds from Monkey. I don't know if he can stop it, but Xiaoye and XQW are looking for the kill right here. Vampire is up, Monkey up in 2 seconds. Can he take every single tower? Sasa's gonna back off. He already took enough. Maybe the maiden, the
Okay.
creeps are gonna finish it off. Open Nexus for WE right here. And I have to say, again, we said it in the draft. Buy down, Nautilus down, no point click CC for the Zeri. I want you to look at this Zeri very, very closely throughout that replay and see that no matter how much WE commit flashes, they commit summoners, they commit spells, they just cannot pin Xiaoye down. And when you cannot pin down a Zeri with 3 items, then you know what the outcome of this fight is going to be.
Awesome for Xiaoye, who has been such a steady performer for LGD in spots when they were able to challenge some of those now Group Ascent teams from Split 1. They made competitive series. Was awesome in Group Nirvana, one of the best marksmen we had in that single round robin. Awesome to see that motor is still going at max speed with how much this play-in series has at stake for LGD.
I said this was gonna be a 3-0 from WG, but LGD are so in
Oh.
soul. Taeyun
All
already
right.
having to commit his ult, and only a Nexus itself standing between LGD and their first victory here.
Oh, YCX gets the 3-man charm down, and once again, guess who? It's Xiaoye trying to be the damage dealer. They do have Vampire flying to knock him up, but now Xiaoye has other priorities. The Nexus, no, he's just gonna knock down all of WE. It was a one-sided bout.
From Climber right there. And honestly, like, again, props to him. We're getting signs that we don't have audio. We can say,
Oh, do we not have audio?
we're good. We're
I
good.
don't. We're okay. I don't know. I don't know any sign language. This is not gonna help. I can't communicate. I can just stand here with my thumbs up. This is what we get paid to. We're on camera. We're just like this. Okay. Okay. I think we're back.
We're back. We're back.
All right.
Okay,
We're all good.
come on, guys.
Okay. All right. So, Trouble, because he deserves it. Talking about how awesome this was for Climber, game 2.
No, absolutely. I feel like, especially since I saw what happened in the early game with Karius, I was like, well, this Rise is going to run the whole game over. But Climber had a fantastic performance. He was constantly ulting onto the side lanes. And I feel like having a champion like Pantheon that can break apart fights, that is a nuisance, that can join side lane aggression and skirmishes, really sort of toned down that main piece of what makes WEW, which is their aggression. They will fight you at any point in time. That doesn't have to be an objective. It doesn't have to be, there hasn't got to be a tower. It doesn't matter. If they see champion and they see a skirmish, they'll just fight you, right? It's just in their blood. It's just what Monkey does. And I feel like having that Pantheon that can join you from any angle with the semi-global ultimate really did help them in solidifying those victories in the skirmishes.
Yeah, because a lot of those fights, we're going to see in the replays, we're pretty close early on, and it's just the global threat of that Pantheon ultimate used masterly for Climber. And as much as we kind of misled the viewers' trouble by talking about Nayo versus Monkey, a lot of the parameters we set up for that matchup do still fit here. When you talked about all those junglers for 2024 LPL that got people excited, Climber, you know, in the LDL, was a part of that list, and people were just hoping it would translate to the LPL. It didn't early on, but there's always time to turn around. You saw how much of a turnaround Vampire had in one Rumble stage. Why not do it in the play-ins as Climber gets this shot from LGD?
Yeah, I mean, you say that, man. I'm not sure about Vampire still, but talking about Climber right here, we weren't sure what we're going to see. Again, it's been an entire competitive month that we hadn't seen LGD play. A whole new patch, new priorities, and suddenly they turn up with the jungler that they benched to get Nayu in, right? Because they believed in him. And now Climber's suddenly back, which makes me think that in their scrims and in their practice, Climber showed something that Nayu didn't, so they believed to have him as the starter here again, and it actually shows right there. I feel like the most important thing when you go up against WE is finding a way to deal with their aggression, because again, they will fight you no matter the timing on the map. And this is what has led to those 11 losses that you've seen down there in Group Ascent, because the very good teams will not fall for their aggression.
No,
and I kind of have a feeling right here that W really shot themselves in the foot with this particular composition that they had. Like, I'm looking at Team LGD and I'm like, they've got a pretty insane bridge in the early to mid game with the Pantheon. They've got a ball delivery, they've got side lane pressure, and they've got scaling. They pretty much have everything in their basket. Whilst WE, even though they had scaling, they just didn't leverage it because they just kept fighting and fighting and fighting and giving the advantages over.
LGD's comp just had too many good answers, like you pointed out. I really, unexpected hero in this thing, I think, is YCX, because the Rakan, like the charms, the slippery knockups, like all Monkey, you know, Monkey wants to do, Karis want to do, and Tatum want to do is push out either feathers, get auto attacks down, just get comfortable throwing down general damage. And the slippery Rakan was always causing problems. Still plays Peel for Xiaoya as well. We finally get into these replays. All that culminating with Climber's impact on the map. It was just the perfect storm here for LGD. And this is what we want. When you talk about matching WE aggression too, we saw them try that in game one, once they already got put down and out. But it's measuring when to give and when to punish. Maybe LGD are starting to figure out that very formula here in this series.
I mean, it's a very messy series so far, right? And that's exactly what we expected. This was literally the match to decide which team makes it as the last team into Group Ascent. And it was WE getting that 2-0 over LGD to solidify their spot in there. And again, not massive expectations from WE, but they did show up, especially when they played in their own arena. They went 5-0 in their series. That's why I believe when we came into the series, it was going to be a quick 3-0 from Team WE. I feel like they've massively grown into this team, but I see kind of the same mistakes. I don't mean to be a broken record, but I feel like Vampire back-to-back, the flash on the Renata forward in game number 1, here overextending onto the Alistar and losing them the fight, and the Dragon, and the Atakan in that particular scenario. Like, these mid-game mistakes can really cost your team the entire game, and even though in game number 1 they were able to sort of mend that and take that win over, right here, because you didn't have the composition to deal with the Zeri, giving those extra kills over really did snowball LGD.
We talked about, you know, jungle support synergy as like a mainstay of this series. Talk about Vampire's over aggression. It can work sometimes if Monkey is on the same page. If they're both, you know, diving in, both playing slow. We saw in this game just too many times where Monkey was off on one side, Vampire was out on the other. When they can come back together, that is the real secret formula, I feel like, for WE's success, is when those two are on the same page. It just wasn't the case here in the second game. Largely thanks to LGD, and largely thanks to your player of the game, Trouble, who's going to be
It's most likely going to be Climber. I feel like he did a fantastic job, right? At scouting those skirmishes, joining those skirmishes. I think he played fantastic peel for Xiaoye on this area as well. Like, he figured out his true role in this particular game. Not only did he snowball his own advantage, but I feel like he was there for his team whenever his team needed him. And even though Xiaoye did pop off with that Zeri, I felt like it was due to Climber getting him there, technically.
I'm gonna keep Trouble on her toes here. I think this one should go to Xiaoye because I think this was a more individually impactful AD carry performance, and
Joke's on you.
Yeah, joke's on me this time. I got, I baited you the first time backing the jungler as the setup for the AD, and this time I fall into the AD carry gambit, and I'm wrong. I will say though, Climber, it was either going to be Climber or Xiaoye. Yeah,
Straight up,
if it wasn't Climber, it was going to be Xiaoye, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, absolutely.
nonetheless,
I feel like there was an argument for both sides. Same in game number 1, same game number 2. I feel like there's always somebody who sets up and somebody who benefits from it. And I feel like Xiaoye benefited from it and used it really, really well. So I think it was also deserving of MVP. But Climber going up against Monkey, it was the whole series, the whole story of the day, right? Yeah.
It's awesome. Climber has one player of the game. Monkey has one player of the game. We're 1-1 in the series. Group Nirvana is on the board, baby. They've won a play-in game. Can they win the series? That's the bigger overarching question as we shift into the best of 3 now with 20 champions off the board. We'll see you guys after another break to see what Game 3 draft looks like.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on.
Welcome back in, everyone. We are back with the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Continued coverage of Split 2 play-ins for the playoffs that are soon to come. And finally, Trouble, we have a Group Nirvana team showing some promise after the 3-0 by IG up against EDG. LGD are the first ones to take a game off a Group Ascend team ever since we shifted into these groups.
Hey, I expected nothing else. LGD put themselves in the position to be able to join Group Ascent all the way back, I think like a month and a half ago. They played against WE, they lost fair and square 2-0, and this is where Team WE took their position. But LGD did pretty good in Group Nirvana and solidified themselves in the first place. So if there is a question right here, I feel like this best of 5 is the best way to resolve, I wouldn't say animosity, but like quote-unquote animosity between the two teams. Revenge, let's say, for LGD.
Yeah, revenge, because as we talked about before we got into this series, this play-in tournament is going to decide how the rest of Group Nirvana and Group Ascend for our final Summer Split 3 will shake out, with IG and FPX already joining the likes of our top 4 Titan teams that we'll talk about much later once we get into the playoffs. So it would be really poetic if LGD, especially now that we have Climber back in, by the way, is one of the last series he played for LGD in Split 2 was actually this WE series. They're the ones to turn the script on WE. Just which one of these two teams can find 2 more wins. And it's going to get a lot harder, Trouble, now as we continue to incorporate Fearless into this series.
I would say game 4 to 5 is when the fun drafts start to come through. Like, and you see like Yasuo's like showing out of nowhere, like for NIP and stuff like this. But I think game number 3 still has some really good solid champions. I'm looking in the jungle in particular. I'm looking for things like the Maokai, for things like the Sejuani to potentially come through as proper setup champions for the rest of the map.
Well, you're not going to get those more brawler-based champions, as they still won't escape the ban phase, those being Vi and Nefiri. LGD and WE respectively ban those ones away. Blue side is 2-0 in this series, what you normally expect based on the statistics of this side in the LPL so far, but WE head back up onto this one. Not gonna, yes, like when priority still comes through as a ban. You mentioned it, like game 4 we get really crazy, but part of that is because even with Fearless, the first phase bans tend to stay pretty similar no matter how many other champions are taken away by this new format.
I wonder, right here, I don't see a Nico ban from any side unless LGD choose to have it as a 3rd ban. Do you prioritize a champion like Nico that can be paired up with particularly any AD carry that you want, but pairs up really nicely with the Kai'Sa? The answer is no. From LGD.
Taeyun's Ezreal sneaks through, though. That has been banned by LGD this whole series, so it's a safe B1. It's the safest AD carry I can think of off the top of my head in the pool, especially right now. Do WE want to give Taeyun a comfort game here for a rubber match? It's hard not to see. It's hard not to say why not. And looks like that's going to be the case. Taeyun's most deadly champion in the LPL in 2025. Locked in for game 3.
I would love to see an Ezreal versus Draven matchup right here. Xiaoye is the Draven guy. He is the Kalista guy. And those kind of champions traditionally pretty good into things like the Ezreal right here. However, I will say Kalista's a little bit more difficult because you've got Renata and Nico out the pool, so her 2 best pairings have already been taken away. However, Lucian, he's got Nami, he's got Milio as well. So you've got pretty good pairings. You've got Braum too. So you've got like 3 supports that can very easily pair up with something like this. That's something that I wasn't expecting to see. Neither do I like to see. But they're looking for any sort of tanky champions that can go up against things like Ezreal that do really struggle with killing tanks.
Yeah, so, and they're going to put hyper-scaling mid laner, looks like, behind it for XQW, the Victor. So again, LGD are introducing scaling aspects into their comp. A lot of the time that's been on Xiaoye's plate, but now they're going to give XQW another chance after the Azir game fell a little bit flat. Where do WE want to go here? Shore up the bottom lane. And I wonder, they have left Monkey's pick off to the 2nd phase already in this series. So, Trouble, what would you like to see on this B3 knowing that we've got the bottom lane shored up?
Probably something like a mid laner, maybe. I'm looking a lot at the distance that Ezreal likes to play with, so maybe something like a Hui even for carries would have been cool here to go up against the Victor. You've got longer range than the Victor as well. You clear waves really nicely. I mean, the Akali here is very ambitious. because you're looking at the same sort of matchup with like a Kali versus Azir, right? Where you have kill pressure, especially after that level 6. But I feel like if you are playing from distance, you are playing for poke. I feel like Ezreal and Wei would be fantastic for this one here. Now, I'm getting kind of worried because there's a lot of open-endedness for the bot lane for the set of LGD. You can go towards a Draven line, but also Milio Lucian is going to be so good here. Milio stops the Leona engage, and you get out of stuns really easily as well. So they would really be able to punish that Ezreal bot lane.
It's just a tough spot to, because you can't blind one in the first phase, because the other one's just going to get banned and taken away, right? So you pick the Lucian, you're going to lose the Melio, and another pairing, you pick the Melio. I mean, you just don't pick the Melio blind without the Lucian. That's the easiest ban.
True.
So, it's a tough spot to be in, and they likely won't have that option. I would expect WE to ban. Just take the Lucian away. It would make sure you don't have to worry about the rest of those pairings. What I do want to draw attention to, Climber, who you called out as the bridge player for LGD's comp last game with the Pantheon. I mean, the Lee Sin is definitely another champion that fits that bill, but is a lot less meta and a lot harder to execute on than that Pantheon.
Yeah, and I feel like you've got a lot of slippery champions. Traditionally, listen very good into a Kali, but reaching that Ezreal, specifically with a Kane shift up, a little bit harder. You're also running the risk of like diving deep into a Leona. You get cute in the face, you get stunned right there. You're pretty much dead because you're very squishy. So we're looking for early game aggression coming through with Climber, which is why I don't like his top side of the map off the get-go. You're playing through an Azir and a Victor, traditional, not really good pairings with Lee Sin. So I'm looking to see what really is going to transpire towards the bottom of the map. Like, it has to be the point of interest for LGD, right? They drafted that Lee Sin. You're playing for early game aggression. Give me that Draven. Give me that Lucian.
Yeah, I think the Draven's going to be the option. But if WE don't ban Melio, they're going to go for the route, so they leave up both those Enchanter pairings. I would have figured they'd take away the Melio. The Nami still works with Lucian, but is a lot less of a counter to the WE comp, as you were calling out with this Leona. Akali, I feel like this is just the easy pick here for YCX. Xiaoya's hovering in. Lucian Melio, let's do it.
Yeah, I feel like the only risk that you're running later on with the Melio is that Melio is very squishy, right? So you're playing into things like a Kali and whatever else that we are going to come out with, like maybe something like a Viego that Monkey has played before for like a strong mid jungle. I wouldn't be surprised to even see something like a Navi has done in the past, with something like a Kha'Zix. So you get like a double assassin running into the backline, right? You're pretty safe right here to try and farm and play for that backline, but maybe he'll play towards more of like a facilitating role like here. You have the Aatrox, the Akali, the Ezreal. There's already way too much damage. Why not add a little bit more? It's Monkey after all.
Why not? Let's just dive in. We know what WE's going to do.
Man? Who cares?
Yeah.
Like, no one cares.
Let's pick the champions that win fights. Let's pick the champion that if he gets a reset, the fight's over. Because we know Monkey's going to run at every fight he sees under the sun. So if Viego does get locked in, do we see YCX go for the Melio?
It has to be a Melio. Like, it has to be a Melio here.
You don't need more tank. You don't. I mean, I guess you could get some extra peel. This is the pick. All right, so YCX does grab the Melio as that one Enchanter, the very squishy target across the board here. But the big takeaway for me, Trouble, once again, WE are just drafting to fight their way to a win.
Absolutely. I feel like if you are looking to brawl, however, you're looking at least one item on your Akali. You're looking at least at Trinity Force or Collector, whichever one he builds first, Monkey, onto that Viego. Aatrox, a scaling champion, usually Ezreal, you need those two items. So I feel like for WE, their best timing to fight is on that two-item transition. And for LGD, I feel like they have a much earlier spike. I mean, like Essence River on Lucian, first item onto Lee Sin as well. Like, this is where you're gonna choose to take those brawls. And also, let's not forget all of those bedazzles coming through, like the burns from Melio, the shields, the heals coming through from his W as well. Like, there's a lot of power in Melio's kit to make those early AD spiking champions even stronger.
There's a lot in that kit for the Melio to spoil the lockdown that Team W are going to try to bring through with that Leona, with those Viego stuns as well, in a prime position. But again, awesome to see we are in a new level here for this play in tournament. We are 1-1 apiece. LGD looking to do what everybody but Rafa thought they could not do, which is try and knock off a Group Ascent team, try and get revenge on World Elite for putting them in a single round robin bracket, taking them away from all the fun of Group Ascent, best of 3, 18 best of 3s. And a great way to do it is to get to series point. Once we get off the Rift here, Trouble, one of our two squads will be at that breaking point.
I mean, it had to come down to this, right? These two teams decided who goes up to Ascend and down to Nirvana. Those two teams will decide who makes it through to the playoffs.
Who makes it through as the Jayos bring on in. Awesome to hear fans loud and proud in the arena, knowing that the stakes have heightened in this series. Not in this series, sorry, folks. In the LPL, we are into that play-in stage. We're already seeing chess pieces starting to move around the rift. A ward dropped here by XQW. Going to spot the initial clear out of Monkey. As he also tries to read Climber. That is what is really different about this matchup in particular compared to how the series has looked so far between Monkey and Climber, right? It's been, you know, you've had the Pantheon matched up against these other proactive junglers. We've had Monkey on the Skarner at points. He picks the Trundle into the Pantheon, right? Like all these junglers that want to use the timers allotted on the new Rift to gank, to fight. But now Monkey is in that spot where he's playing a power clearing Viego. And Sasa knows that as well. He's trying to slow down the clear, but Cube springs a trap here. Actually going to cover his jungler and essentially leash him his blue buff start. Good to see Sasa, though, is right in line with how this Udyr wants to be. We haven't seen it in a while. It's a bit of a nuisance. Tries to be just a thorn in the side of, for now, the WE composition. So it's getting some fairly good damage into Cube. Remember, the Udyr has a lot of great sustain in his kit with that tortoise stance, turtle stance, whatever we want to call it. We've seen a lot of changes come to that kit nonetheless. Do see a very interesting clear out. Well, actually not. Primer's just going to full clear his top side. So is Monkey, who's a bit quicker down the line so far, despite the heroics of Sasa to try and slow down his pace. Bottom lane push is going over to Xiaoya and YCX as we speak, so Lucian gets a lot of priority. And it's good to see XQW with a fair chunk into Karis. We know the Akali's going to bring a lot of kill threat in this lane, but that's not until Ultimate comes online. And it's still, in essence, a range versus melee matchup down there for the time being. But some of these lanes trouble going as expected. Markali, Xiaoya, and YCX, you expected this Lucian to find priority and first level bump up for that LGD bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the Q from Milio is a very good tool for when Leona dives in. And what I really like that I saw from Climber right here is that he killed his top quadrant of the jungle, he backed, got that long sword, paths towards bot lane, which is where Monkey paths do, but now he has the advantage of the extra item, the extra AD in his inventory. So not only does he have his bot lane back in the map, and again, we talk about the bedazzles from the Milio that really do help in that early game, he also has the extra help through his inventory.
Talked about it a bit right when we got the Rift 2 trouble, is that this is the first time we have Monkey on a traditional, more power farming jungler that doesn't have as much agency early versus Climber. Still all about that agency. So good shout out that he also already would have been pretty favored in a 1v1 skirmish, knowing Lee Sin's ability, but the longsword as well.
I love that. He's just chasing him around. Monkey did the right thing here, which is like, he's just chasing him around. This is so funny. So basically what's happening
Which crap do you want?
Climber knows that he wins this 1v1, right? He has the bot lane, he has the top lane.
Oh my god, he juked him. He juked him. Oh my god. Well, that ward's valuable. All right.
Please
no, he's
top,
finally
please
done.
top.
He's done.
No, he's
Oh,
not.
come on, Climber. Come on. You just got to trade the crab. You're too far behind. Well, he's got Raptors to clear up nonetheless, so.
All right.
Oh, does
that
Monkey
was
chase
actually...
Climber now?
Wait. Oh.
Done.
How the turns have tabled. No, okay.
Oh my god.
Monkey's not gonna do it.
Gank
He's looking mid.
He knows that Climber is right nearby. He still gets the stun and the flash out of XQW. And
No way he
probably
double scuttles.
smirking. He is going to double scuttle. Wow. Climber, that's not how you wanted this to pay off with your early longsword. You're now going to be down far. Look, he's scrambling to steal camps. He's praying that, like, wolves are up, blue is up, something. No. Monkey has cleared out everything but Gromp. It does actually look like his wolves spawn up, so I misspoke. And Climber will be able to steal some camps away as Monkey does show on that bot side.
Man, this is crazy. Both junglers are trying to outdo each other so much that I feel like Climber right here out-juked himself. I feel like blocking Monkey once is fine, but blocking Monkey twice kind of ruins your tempo, right? Because you're the one with the longsword. You're the one that should be taking the lead right here. Even though you've stolen the camps, still the level is even, and right now Monkey is on the Rift with the Rectrix in his inventory, and heading towards his top side of the map. Right here, he could be looking for Sasa.
Spots Climber. Don't know if he realizes the reset came across. No, Monkey doesn't know it. He's playing like Climber is still there. Didn't know that he had a 2 versus 1. The Climber reset does come across, is able to take away those 2 camps, and now he's back out on the Rift a bit stronger once again compared to Monkey with that pickaxe control. I
mean, hey, listen, man, I can't blame Listen too much. He can't see, okay? So it is what it is. He's
low
trying
blow,
to navigate
trouble.
QXDD, he's trying to navigate himself through feeling on the map, okay? But yeah, anyway. Pickaxe in the inventory versus Rectrix on the other side for Monkey. They're going to try to play through that bot side. You see that the dragon has spawned. It's going to be an ocean at the very beginning. Pickaxe in the inventory of Shaya as well versus that Sheen for Taeyun. And again, for that Lucian, we're looking for the first item, the Essence River to come through first. Once the... Right here, when you play with melee, you don't necessarily need the rapid fire, as you see the interaction with the E and Q that we talked about prior. Hold up.
Back many times, but oh my gosh, I don't think Climber was ready for all that damage out of Monkey. I don't think either jungler is ready for the hands these bottom lanes are bringing. Climber, 1 auto away from death, having to flash out. Huge damage out of Taeyun, and now they reap the rewards. Monkey can easily solo this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, that was very well played from Monkey right there. He actually held his stun, and when Climber overextended just a little bit, this is when he got jumped by 3 members of Team WE right here, which allows them to get onto that bot river and take the dragon, as Cube takes a huge chunk of his HP, because that Udyr champion is still very balanced in the early game.
Yeah, tank, by the way. I mean, he's got a Bramble Vest and a Tear. He's just clubbing Cube down up there, so still balanced. By the way, Udyr buffs are coming, everybody, just in case you're curious.
Oh, fantastic.
Everybody loves when that changes buff, right, Treble? There's so much skill expression with Udyr.
I will not speak. I shall not speak. I made
you'll be fine. Right,
tweet
yeah,
a few months ago, and it didn't go very well. So I shall not speak again about that champion named Udyr.
All right. I did not know that before. That would have been crazy if I just forced you to publicly talk more about your disdain for the Udyr.
My arch nemesis.
Your arch nemesis Udyr. We'll fade away from Sasa because like this lane is kind of just a stalemate unless Cube really gets over aggressive. We now look toward the grubs. They're now spawning on the Rift. Still a ton of damage in both of these junglers' kits. The Climber, do you still feel like it is the better at skirmishing? So what do WE do to try and supplement for that? Well, they're bringing Vampire all the way up here. Look at the match from LGD. That's Sasa TPing into the mid lane. LGD Gaming making it clear that they want all 3 of these grubs.
Yeah, they've got 4 members over on the top side of the map. Unfortunately, both AD carries are not going to be able to join for this one, but I also think that LGD are going to get pushed out of these void grubs right here, as you can see. So they're going to steal 2, so they're going to still take that 1 tick on the neutral objectives, case of strength, because I can never remember what it's called to save my life. But they'll still get it. Thank you very much. 2 out of 3 does guarantee that. And they did commit the TP right there, but still Udyr is going to head over the top of the map. You already had Xiaoyu sort of resetting, so everyone's going to go back to normal right here. I feel like both teams, they have like 3 minutes to sort of rearrange the lanes. And I feel like once you get to that Essence River for Lucian, I was about to say that the rapid fire cannon is not necessary when you're playing with Milio, because you do have that range extension, but it's so much better. Oh, hold on.
All right, here we go. I was getting worried that we're going to have these fighting 9 minutes in, but Vampire says, hello, here I come, and here's the reset you want, Monkey. Coley comes out from Xiaoyu, though. He's going to try and flash. Can he get the Q through? No, but the double tap auto goes over Karis, and now he's got that range boost from Milio. Good trade back there, coming across from the LGD AD carry, rescuing that play made from Vampire.
I have a feeling Climber's ult got ulted by Monkey or Karis. I'm not sure, one of the 2. So we didn't really see like the big kick underneath the tower going on right there, but XQW getting punished, didn't have the flash to react to that WE engage, and the kill going through to Akali, which the faster you get to your first item, the better you are as a champion. We have seen the Rocket Belt, we have seen the I think the one with the thunder that comes through later on.
Oh, Storm Surge.
Doesn't matter, it's gonna be the Rocket Belt anyway. I don't have to remember the other item.
We might see Storm Surge later, potentially. Who knows? There's a lot of intricacies to the Akali build, especially knowing some of those other AP items that have recently been nerfed. I'm still uneasy that we only have 2 kills in 10 minutes in this series. Trouble, what has happened to my perma-fighting teams? Have we cleaned up our movements a bit?
I mean, when you told me that Lee Sin, Akali, Ezreal, and Lucian were in the game, I was expecting to double that. Double the kills that we've had so far in the early game, but it hasn't necessarily been the case. However, we did ask for teams to sort of, particularly WE, to like clean up the early game, because I don't feel like LGD were making too many early game mistakes. It was just WE overforcing the issue and then LGD punishing them. So I felt like LGD's early game was mostly more stable than WE, but WE here playing a little bit more slow, a little bit more calculated, which is only going to benefit them down the line, right? Like playing into Lee Sin, eventually the Lee Sin just becomes a quick bot towards the late game. It's going to be really difficult to find targets like the Ezreal in the backline, like Akali. Like they're very, very slippery. So finding a kick onto those is going to be extremely, extremely hard. And you definitely don't want to be kicking an Aatrox inside your own team.
Nope.
So we'll see how Climber is going to pilot that Lee Sin now that he's Eclipse. That's been complete.
And, you know, talking further about what a later game stage looks like. While Lucian, scaling-wise, really does benefit up. Oh, boy, hold on. Vampires will pop out with the Hex Flash. It sets up Karras, who does have that Rocket Belt. The first to get Kali. Public X, perfect execution. Going to come across. Solar Flare, beautifully positioned there by Vampire. The stun lands on a YCX, and he's the one that ends up falling. That's a 2-0 Akali out of Karras. Back-to-back 2-0 starts in this series. Oh, Heartbreaker.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Xiaoya going for it all. Dashes forward, gets Taeyun. That's going to give Monkey a kill back. Burns the barrier. Maybe try to get the dash reset. Gets it closer than we might have expected. But it's still trades across the rift. WE coming out a bit on top. That Streets of Warfare secured, Trouble.
Yeah, it reminded me of what we said earlier in the draft. I said, Leo makes so much sense here playing into the Leona, right? But playing into the Akali, you are literally primary suspect number one for Akali. You are going to be the target over and over again, and YCX, it shows like melee is super squishy, right? And you're building towards like a very squishy item first as well, you know, building towards a Solari. So you are going to be Akali's target for the fights to come.
Another fight might be coming towards this Drake pit. This Vampire is able to actually kind of just pull the LGD off, you know, with Monkey waiting in the wings. Wow, we've gone from perma fighting to teams are leashing each other objectives. What a turnaround.
They have evolved through the series, as you would expect. As let's look one more time. Similio doesn't necessarily work that great with Victor. He also misses the Q on the Leona E, so Leona gets to connect and follow up on that. And following up on that means that you actually get stunned and die right there. He did have a chance for flash, so I feel like he got a little bit skill check in terms of the summoning spells right there, and then Xiaoya plays a little too aggressive, trying to get something over the mid lane. Monkey is around, however Xiaoya is going to take the 1 versus 2 kill right there, and now you can see he'll use fire to try and potentially escape right there, and if he did dodge, that was an auto that killed him, but if he could dodge a Q potentially, Climber was also around the corner, so that could have been a very interesting prospect of a skirmish, which is quite the case. Ends up going down, but the trade is a trade.
Karras, some plates off the board as well on this top side. Been pretty impressed with these last couple of games out of Karras. The Rise was really good early. Maybe that one Realm Warp over-aggressing into bottom lane. Don't think that was even his call. So that play kind of slowed things down. Kali, I mean, is there a champion better suited than 9 in a single game? Just AP Assassin that is primed to burst through a conflict. Outside the Udyr is well within execute range of an Akali full kit right now.
Oh, absolutely, right? And then your primary target is Millia. You take Millia out of the equation, like, suddenly the value for things like Lucian, Lee Sin, it really, really falls low.
Oh, Vampire, we're locking in on these solar flares. He's got a bullseye trained. This first time it was YCX, same 3 letters, different order, XUW down. So we got a 3-0 Karras Akali.
Yeah, and real quickly, jungle support synergy back online for WE, Monkey, Vampire playing together, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. That's exactly what we were praising, you know, Vampire on his own. I'm gonna do like the Drake meme, where it's like, Monkey on his own, not that great. Monkey with, Vampire on his own, not that great. Vampire with Monkey leading him, that's the good stuff. So
that's the good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you pointed out, that's like the secret formula for WE's success. So lean back into that, especially knowing that, I also love, coming from a draft perspective, right? They pair so well together, because what does Karras do? He gets kills, like, with ease, in seconds. And what does Monkey need to flourish on the Viego? a soul to a repossession coming across. And Karis can set him up for that. Ooh, good flash from Vampire. Expecting the ward kick there out of Climber. So the kick goes down just for a Leona flash. Not a big toll to pay, as Rift Herald will still nonetheless be started up here by LGD. Very clearly on the vision of WE. Monkey is way more, allured by an entire bot quadrant of camps to play for, and Vampire is back at it again. This guy's Leona is looking so sharp. He gets the Zenith Blade Solar Flare combination. Remember, Climber does not have that kick from earlier, so he can't get Karis off of his Victor. Perfect execution to find the kill. 4-0 Akali. Climber trying to shut it down, goes flash for flash, but doesn't have enough in the tank. Karis limping away with another kill for WE.
The true, real MVP for Karis right there, the Cinder on the floor. The extra movement speed from grabbing that Cinder and walking under tower might have saved him from an extra auto or two from Climber. What a clutch moment for a little piece of fiery earth to be on the floor right there for Karis to pick up and get under tower safely. And I mean, I'll agree with you. You said on the other side, Monkey was taking an entire quadrant to himself. Of course, like, Viego is a farming champion, right? And because WE know that they actually do scale better into the late game when it comes to like how team fights are going to be performed and how easy it will be for them, the ease of execution later on is there for them. So therefore, Viego is a farming champion. He likes to have the extra items. You get your 2 to 3 items with that extra Guardian Angel on top. Let's watch it one more time. The true Cinder, the MVP of the fight, right there under tower. We're looking at the Cinder. XPW is gonna walk up again. No flash means that Vampire is around. Pins him in place, and they actually manage to kill the Victor and get out of a 2 versus 3 scenario. So once they take the Victor down, with the help of course, from downtown. See, right here, Karis walks out, and that's where the slow connects. That's where the slow connects from Lee Sin, and if you don't take the Cinder right there, you're dead.
See, this is why I love having you with me here for this cast, Trouble. You just notice the small things that make such difference. I would have completely missed that and just disregarded it as a failed auto, but the Cinder diff coming across. This is a worrying mid-game state here for LGD. They really got to find ways to mostly try and get gold on XQW, because you called it out, right? Like, the comp's going to slow down for LGD. The Lee Sin value isn't going to be that prominent. You need the Victor to scale in. Maybe they're trying to force a fight here at this Dragon. This will be Infernal Soul Point if Monkey can get in and steal it. Somehow Vampire is actually right in front of the Dragon. The Climber does pick up despite Vampire trying to herald him. Speaking of heralds, here comes, oh my god, Karis using the full use of the herald to get right onto YCX. There's the lifeline cut out from under the Lucian.
Wow, that was a really cool usage of the Rift Herald right there. They will lose the Dragon, WE, but they will take that one kill for themselves and a little bit more control on the map. At the end of the day, LGD got what they wanted. They just lost their support, right? It's not the biggest loss. They'll lose their bot lane tower as well. But again, we see that Milio, again, primary target for Akali. You split from the team, you are dead. And he's very, very squishy. First item, Moonstone, like... It's getting a little bit dicey right here. Karis keeps picking up kills. Shadow Flame already completed. That's a 2-item Akali into a very squishy Milio, 5 levels down. I mean, yeah, I don't know where this Milio can actually hide to support his team to actually stay alive.
This is going to be borderline bullying, isn't it, going forward, Karis? And ooh,
He's just a small kid, man.
Just a small little guy with his sick little magical ball, throwing it around. He's just trying to, you know, bring people to the campfire, have a good time, and Karis is going to ruin, unfortunately, all of that. But back to what I wanted to talk to you about, Trouble, before that Dragon fight started off. How worrying is it that the Victor is by far the most far behind for LGD?
I mean, I have to say, XQW has kind of put himself there, right? We have seen a bunch of overextensions from him without the flash, and even though Vampire is at the right place at the right time, it takes 2 to tango, right? XQW overextending and then Vampire punishing. So props to Vampire for obviously being there, and right here you see that Climber sort of like shadowing his mid lane to push out that way. The hardest part is when you have things like Victor, like an immobile carryover in the mid lane, when things like your side lane towers start falling, it becomes very, very dangerous for one of these champions to sort of be on the side lane pushing down the wave. And especially when you have Lucian, you need that Lucian to be in the mid lane, to be the bully that Lucian can be. And as we mentioned also earlier, no rapid fire cannon needed right here because you do have the melee. You get the extension on the range. Sorry, it's the flicker blade ascent.
Yep, just maximizing how quick those cooldowns come up and how much you can get out of your auto attacks. Picture shows Dahlia is still playing with fire and confident as ever. Uses that culling to force Taeyun off of another wave. Is LGD, I'm glad you highlighted, have a real big turret problem. They need to open up more of the map because right now WE have a lot more of the field to roam on. Let that dragon spawning in 2 minutes, maybe out of the mist, looking for a fight to start, but this has been the one lane that LGD have had the most control of. As you can see, the difference in health bars on those mid-tier 1 turrets.
And right here we have in 2 minutes the next dragon spawning. This is Lucian territory, right? You put your Lucian in the mid lane, he dashes forward, he takes someone's entire HP bar, Vampire.
Hey, Vimer! Great kick combo from the ward hop, and Vampire is down. It took a while, Trouble, but that's the playmaking we needed out of this Lee Sin from Climber.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, right here, it doesn't really resolve too much. LGD are most likely just gonna look to take that mid lane tier 1. They're even going to transition, that Udyr towards the mid lane as RCX is gonna pop his ult right there for good measure. A little bit of healing, a little extra healing on the Lucian. They'll take that mid lane tier 1, which again is very, very important. With the overextensions, you also up the playability and playmaking ability of that Lee Sin, but with the resets coming through from the set of LGD, WE are gonna take that turn to start the attack.
Love this. Love this. We know what WE can do fighting. We know they love to throw hands, go blow for blow, walk the smoke, whatever analogy you want to throw around. This is what we need to see improve from them. Recognizing when they have timers to punish LGD resets. That is a very promising sign that we needed to see from WE, Trouble. And it wasn't any fighting. Zero fighting, right?
I mean, there was. They just caught Vampire, right? That wasn't much fighting. It was just like, yeah, maybe they just caught one out of position right there. But WE had to take that tower. They committed resources to take that tower over in the mid lane. They transitioned Sasa to the mid lane with the Udyr. They used the Milia ult as well. And then they had to take that reset. On that reset, WE super quick to punish right there. Now they're pinging all over the Dragon. They do have a bunch of setup, a bunch of vision around that neutral objective for the side of LGD. And the items are starting to come through. Particularly, I'm looking at Lucian, who's very, very close to the Infinity Edge as well. My eyes, though, are onto Karis, on that Akali. Can he find the backline? Can he assassinate the Milio? 4 levels down for YCX. And Seeker's Ankh in the inventory of Karis.
Pulling out early. Vampire doesn't really pay much to get that culling out. So, kind of neuter the Lucian damage a bit. LGD vanquish control of the river, still sticking around, but look at Karis off the side. He is on a ward. LGD know that the Akali is trying to flank. They've lost sight of Karis once more. You see that assassin-like impact out of Karis' Akali. He's the big bad when it comes to the gold department. Climber's trying to hold him off to the side. He's got 2 big problems in front of him. Dragon going to be secured soon. Vampire gets the stun up. They're going all in for Xiaoya, but it's picked up the Dragon by Monkey, and down falls Xiaoya. Look at the Aatrox with the World Ender of the Akali flying in with the 5-pointed strike to send 4 members of LGD packing back to the fountain.
WE pinched LGD in a very tight spot in their jungle, and they flanked them literally to death. 5-0 and 3 on this Akali. 3,800 gold up to his counterpart. WE are gonna take the Dragon. They're gonna take mid lane tier 1. They're gonna take mid lane tier 2, and they're gonna grow themselves a 9,000 gold lead.
They broke this whole thing open, Trouble. That one fight was building up. Try and see who can find the edge of this game. Take me back through this potentially game-winning fight from WE.
I mean, you knew Akali's there, but what do? If you want to commit for this objective, you don't want to give soul points away. So they tried to find a way where they just move themselves in, but I feel like that was Sasa's job to do, like keep the Akali at bay, and Sasa was just a little bit too far forward underneath the Dragon, tried to create some space, but there was no one to create space for, so I feel like unless Udyr is really zoning that Akali away, Karis can literally play his own game.
Now, he's not just playing his own game. He's forcing everybody to play the game with him, with his own rule set by this point. Still has the Seekers, didn't even need to pop that. Zhonya's has the perfect execution back up, maybe without the flash, but anybody can get checked by this Akali, start seeing black and white once more, and maybe it'll be around this Baron pit with mid lane wide open. We start to have that conversation again of just WE being able to threaten anybody alone on these side waves. Honestly, any wave at this point. No matter if you just don't have an eye on Karis, it's probably coming for you.
Yeah, this is the very dangerous part, right? Making it through your jungle, the choke points, or the opportunities for flanks for the Akali to find different routes around, getting onto Millie, getting onto Xiaoya. Xiaoya does not have his flash available, neither does YCX. So how do you really walk up to get any sort of remnants of vision in your own jungle, or even contest for that Baron that you know is going down, but you're unable to walk up for?
It's out of half HP, but W were leaving a bait. Sasa, probably the best one to check it out. Baron's going to reset. Half HP Udyr. They've got the Melio. They got the Cozy Campfire. Udyr's going to be able to heal, so game of chicken won by LGD the first time, but there's more than one round, Trouble.
Yeah, I feel like the only way they can make it through this this Baron pit is pushing through that mid lane, walking through that river, which is exactly what they're doing right now. Can Sasa make the difference right here? Level 16 Udyr.
Mark Karis, but the Baron, it's solo already, and Karis hops back over the wall, goes in the stasis perfectly. Karis escapes, and then dashes back in alongside Monkey, who knocks down Climber, gets the reset, uses the hijack Sonic Wave to get another one. It's all just rolling down here. Here comes the locomotive of WE. An ace like that, and with Baron, they've ended the game with one swift kick.
Apparently, they handed over the Lee Sin to the guy who can play it better. Monkey takes the soul of Climber, solidifies the fight, and WE put themselves on match point this series.
Maybe their most complete game doing it as well, Trouble. 15-3 in the kill count, 27 minutes, all that's needed for them to get one win away from playoffs, and maybe more importantly, a second split in Group Ascent.
Damn, okay, you know what? I'll say it, I was wrong. I thought that Akali lock-in was a very, very bold move. I was like, hey, you already have Ezreal Leona, maybe you can play from far away, maybe you can play from poke, play Hui. Screw Hui, man. If you can have this performance, playing Akali, WE, fantastic game, right? We said they took it slow, but they ended faster, and this is what we expected from them, right? That's what we wanted from them, playing so many games into that Group Ascent, learning from the better teams, the bigger teams, right? Coming into this series, it was very sloppy. Game 1, Game 2, they even lost, right? Game 1, they brought back, but both of them were sloppy. Right now, you mentioned in the early game, you're like, I wasn't expecting them to be slow. Viego needed farm, Akali needed one item. Once they got that, they started rolling.
Exactly, and I know we've thrown around the word confidence a lot today because that's just like an easy marker that hooks up with WE's entire identity, but I want to start using, confidence versus arrogance. Early in the series, we saw an arrogant WE that always wanted to fight early, no matter what timers were on, what summoners were up, and LGD did a good job punishing in Game 2, but this Game 3, we saw the confidence combined with patience, like you're talking about, in that early game, waiting for their champions to get online, waiting to accrue a gold that they confidently feel like they can get. So once they're far ahead, confidence and arrogance blur together with how much gold advantage they had and the damage they pushed out. Again, it was 2 fights, but they were so lopsided, it was enough to end this game pre-30 minutes.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like arrogance was maybe a little bit needed in this game, specifically because they were just playing better, right? Like XQW overextending. Vampire was exactly where he needed to be, right? He was following Monkey around, getting those kills onto Viego, getting those kills onto Akali. Like Vampire literally lived and breathed to get kills for his 2 mid jungle carries, and it really showed here as well, right? Carries had a fantastic performance, and it doesn't necessarily wow in terms of the numbers that we're seeing on our screen right now, but he always found the Millia in the backline. They always found the Victor on the side lane. They constantly kept putting pressure to the point where I was like, hey, if this goes a little bit later on in the game, like Sasa is gonna be like a big problem on that Udyr. It never reached that point.
No, it didn't. And credit to Cube for like constantly matching and not giving avenues for Udyr to accrue leads to be that one tank in a game full of brawlers. But again, Karis, we talked about in the pre-show, we gave our flowers trouble to Monkey. We talked about Vampire, how he's had, a meteoric rise in some senses, had some really impactful games. Talked about Taeyun. reliable Ezreal, reliable AD carry. What could really take WE up a notch as they continue to try and build a team that can contend in the future is what they get out of their solo lane. So that's why it's so awesome to see Karis have, and I'll say it early, an MVP-like performance on this Akali.
Absolutely, and I feel like in game number 2 on the Rise, I feel like he was kind of like the saving grace for them, I want to say, especially in the early game. Like his playmaking roams again with the Rise as well. Right here with the Akali, he wasn't missing, right? Like even here when they literally engaged on him, he just eat back into the pit and then Personias and then came back in for vengeance, right? And that's what I was saying about the Lee Sin, man. Just give it to the guy who can play better, apparently.
Hey, he's 1 for 100% hit rate on those Sonic waves. Only had to hit one.
Damn! 100% hit rate on that one Q!
Don't look at the attempts, just look at the percentage. That's all we really care about here. But
We skew stats right here to serve our purpose.
Yes, that's always how you should approach stats, with as much bias as humanly possible. No. We're preaching some bad things to the people out there. What are we preaching though for player of the game? I already alluded my answer. Are we united? Trouble once again. We kind of broke away in game 2. We were united in game 1. Got to come back together, you know, behind Karis.
Yeah, I feel like Karis definitely had a fantastic performance right here on that Akali. I will dare to say, my God, Vampire was worthy of an MVP performance here too. I mean, like, he was the reason why all the skills were going over to Akali and to Monkey's Viego, right? He made those plays early on. I never thought I was gonna say this, or it was never gonna come out of my mouth, but I feel like Vampire maybe was worth it somewhere there, but Akali's more fancy, man.
It's more fun, it's more flashy, and it doesn't get the player of the game!
Wait, I'm 3 out of 3! I'm 3 out of 3! What?
You are. I'm 1 out of 3. You know what? I like it. Vampire, 3rd player of the game. That's not... I will say, though, better not see him on any of your All-Pro teams, all right? Relax. Good game, though, from Vampire, nonetheless. WE on match point, series point. As many expected, with LGD, they showed how they could beat this team. Game 2 was not close. Can they find a way to figure out their identity? Maybe play around Xayah once again with limited champ pool and a lot more hyper carry 80 carries left up on the board? We'll answer all those questions and more, as you know, once we return from a short intermission. Nice to see all you back here after our intermission as we continue our matchup of the day in the play-in tournament for Split 2 playoffs. Team WE, the team out of Group Ascend, up 2-1. Before we get back into that series, it's time to test our League of Legends knowledge more. But it's not going to be myself and Trouble. We are going to check on the clicks of our awesome producer. Here's the map that you can use to level up your game knowledge in MOBA Trainer. So shout out to them. We already talked a bit about this map. We already showed one of those awesome puzzles. But now we're focusing on good old-fashioned mechanics. Our awesome producer, Bread, is going to be tested in the Dodge Trainer. And Trouble, I know you haven't seen this before, but it's pretty self-explanatory.
It's Blitzwing and Thresh. That's so cool.
Yeah. And you have Ghost and Flash if you want to use them. You have hearts up at the top left, so I believe certain CC abilities take 1 heart, some take half. And Bread, great start, my friend. You're getting around all these hooks.
Oh, it's closing in
on you, though. All right, see, eats that hook, -1 heart. I think as we get to 30 seconds, yeah, we're introducing more people. Got some mystic shots to dodge. Oh, there's another hook to land. Still has the flash. Ghost is back up. They're not going to auto you. It's just all skill shots. Oh, good flash there, actually. I like that. Gets away from the hooks.
I want to see if there's more champions that come through.
Oh, there will be. Ari charms, I think, are one of them we'll get. I assume at 1 minute they'll introduce another one.
Oh!
If Bread survives that long, you'll get there, Bread. Oh.
Leave! 5 more seconds!
Good flash.
Leave 3 more seconds! No!
Oh. 59 seconds on the clock. You see there's a leaderboard. High score has been achieved by Alk Battery. This guy spammed. I watched 200 games. He's played. All right, everyone at Twitter, at Alk Battery. This guy played 500 games of Dodge Trainer to get the high score. It's skewed numbers. I'm
Wait,
just messing around.
It's rigged.
It is rigged a little bit. By the way, really quickly, you saw the banner at the bottom there, Trouble. LPL 20. LPL 20. If you want to purchase MOBA Trainer, unlimited puzzles, you can use that code. But I have a friend here now as we steer back towards our series. Trouble, this is the guy I want to introduce.
Is it a positive friend?
To LGD. Will text show up? There we go. This is for you, LGD.
I may be a tiny potato, but I believe in you. What did I say?
Go do your thing. Go do your thing.
Go do your thing.
What is doing your thing for LGD though, Trouble? If you want to see in this game for, as we got a message.
I mean, okay, I feel like they have found success with like late game scaling, teamfight oriented compositions, and their secret so far had been what bridges the early to mid game gap so they can get to this point. Like Shaya on that Zeri shined so bright in game number 2, but it was Climber who was creating those opportunities for him, right? Who was bridging the early to mid game gap with that Pantheon, getting fed, creating opportunities for them. I felt like that was a naked Lee Sin going into the Rift, by the way. Like mid jungle, non-existent with the Victor, top jungle, non-existent, and it felt like when you play Millia support, he kind of has to stay together with the Lucian. That's how you bully a lane, whether you're bot or mid. So I just felt like Climber was pretty much solo on this map as Lee Sin, and there was too much burden put on him, right? To like create something out of nothing when there's no synergy with anyone else on the map. So just a little bit more synergy through the draft, and I believe that if Climber can get through that early to mid game for his team and his team scales, like WE did great at team fighting in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Shaya just needs a bit of help getting, to the points where he can carry some of these fights home. I think that's a great point to make, is that Climber can play that bridge role and hopefully not get diffed by a little Cinder Hulk on the top side. Still can't believe that happened. It's still so crazy. Here's where you hyped up, though, Trouble. When we talked about Fearless before Game 3, you cautioned the viewers. You went, Game 3, you do have a lot of champions off the board, but Game 4 and 5 is where you get the fun drafts. We're at Game 4, Trouble. What are you cooking up? What are you thinking we might see?
I mean, cool stuff's gonna come out, right? Like, again, we're looking at Shaya, the Draven has yet to creep out. Now we have things like Corki and Ashe potentially coming through that bot lane. Like, Misfortune and Jhin have not been touched at all. So even though I said maybe crazy stuff's gonna come out, there's still like some really big staple 80 carries in the pool. I think we're gonna be reaching deeper when it comes like to the other side of the map, like Shen, for example, being a surprise cookie that's been coming out in the LPL here and there. Ornn, I think, is going to be of major priority if you're looking for a tank over the top side of the map. Like, you've gone through Udyr, you've gone through Cyan. I feel like Ornn is like your go-to this time around.
Yeah, and even like those X Factor split push champions, like we've seen so much Yorick. Yorick's off the board as well. Also want to give a shout out to mid lane that's been all AP-centric. You know, Karis and XQW don't have a ton, they haven't shown a ton of predisponents to play towards like a lot of those AD skirmishers, but if there was ever a Yone angle, it sneaks through the bans, you could go there. Yasuo is obviously always on the board. You can maybe throw a quirky mid flex. There's not a ton of options, but with AP junglers also being available, like you have your Lilia gameplay you can go to, maybe we'll see a bit more creativity in the damage profile between these two teams going into Game 4. But like you pointed out with Climber, spotlight's going to be on these junglers because 2024 was the year of hyped up jungle prospects. And even was happening in the LDL with guys like Climber. We've seen so many rise of Beichuan, the rise of Monkey. Climber step up and insert himself into those conversations because winning this play-in matchup would be a hell of a way to do it.
Very, very important right here, since we are talking about the junglers. I want to see where Sejuani really lands into this draft, especially, you mentioned, if Yone does slip through the cracks, I think LGD are going to definitely look for something to pair up with the Sejuani, a very, very good duo. Often, there's the misconception that they're so great together in the early game. That's not the case. Yone doesn't necessarily like to play for that early game. It just pairs up really nicely with her, nevertheless, for later on fights and skirmishes, specifically after that level 6. So right here, both
No
through.
jungle bans.
Yone has gone through. There you go.
0 jungle bans as well. Like, there are 0. We've been banning
Naafiri?
Vi and Naafiri this entire series, and now, in this spot, we're letting them all out on the Rift. So the Yone is going to be the B1 pick for XQW. We do markedly see like a Draven ban go the way of Xiaoya. The Nico ban's still on the table. But with Sejuani up, they have, you know, Vi, Naafiri. We are prioritizing Taeyun's Kaisa and the Rel. So an interesting R1, R2. Not what I was expecting with the champions left up here for World Elite.
I'm expecting some misfortune to potentially even come through
Especially
for
with the Rel, right?
LGD right here, especially. So I'm wondering right here, Alistar, Leona, Rakan, Nautilus, Rel out. These are the primary carries that you want to be pairing up with things like the misfortune. However, the caveat here is that you still have things like Camille, that is very unconventional as a bot laner, and also
Poppy.
things like the Maokai and the Poppy, yeah, that you can put down together with Misfortune. I didn't necessarily mention the Poppy as much because it doesn't CC long enough for like Misfortune to get a good bullet time, right? But it does work because it stops Rel from going in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like find tankier support options that aren't heal champions that are support by this point.
That's an engage though.
That is an engage, and I like picking it now because if you let support slip through the second phase, you're getting really slim on tankier supports that you can play through. The Braum comes across. Sejuani not going to be paired up with the Yone. Climber's going to take advantage of the fact that Vi sneaks through for a draft. Never hate that with how pivotal this champion has been in the LPL all split long.
I was just going to say it. I feel like LGD are just picking up, scooping whatever has been banned away, and it doesn't necessarily make that much sense together, like Vi and Braum, Vi and Yone. Not necessarily the pairings you're looking for. They don't necessarily act together very nicely, even though you've got double melee champions, and you've got the Braum passive. Maybe you could be looking for an early invade, but they don't really help in that early invade because they're both melee. They can't reach too far forward. And as you can see, W here, very slippery champions. The Aurora that can be caught very easily. The Kaisa that can literally swap sides on a team fight in just one button click, basically. And I'm expecting, I really, really want to see WE go towards more of a facilitating role when it comes to the jungle. Knowing Monkey, it's not gonna work, but looking at things like Sejuani, looking at things like Maokai that can really pin down targets in these fights could just be the key right here.
Want to shout out the Smolder bans. We've seen them a couple of times. Leave. Awesome game for NIP. I mean, it went 5 and he was able to rescue that opening bout with the Smolder. So no Smolder stacking. Like the Wukong ban a lot here is you're talking about, you know, facilitator, but Monkey still likes to brawl. Wukong can kind of play both of those roles, so that's a pretty big ban to come off the board. Sejuani is still up. Do we think this is an R5 Sejuani? Is Monkey going to commit to full facilitator?
I feel like this might just be a Nocturne right here from Monkey. I want to go even more crazy and look at things like Rengar and Kha'Zix that really work well together with Kai'Sa down in the backline. You've got carries onto that Aurora, so that mid-jungle synergy could really work. But I kind of believe this is most likely going to be something like a Nocturne, which I don't necessarily like too much here. However, looking at the Shen, it's even more worth. Because Shen TPing into a fight or ulting into a fight, lights off, you don't necessarily know exactly where you're TPing into, where to flash taunt forward, so I feel like maybe, just maybe here, Nocturne has a lot more uses than just diving into the backline.
I'm very excited, though, for this. You know, you talked about, like, picking up pieces that have been banned away in the series for LGD. I do like the idea
We forgot about that.
We did also forget about popping, right, in the jungle. Vi ulting with a Shen on top of her and a Fate Sealed layering. That is a deadly combo if you can get it off. Also very fun one, the Shen delivery system. R5 Poppy comes across here for Monkey. Really good cancel. I mean, just think about all the dashes that LGD are going to rely on from this top side to really get any sort of sense of a fight going.
The only thing that I'm worried about when it comes to LGD is that most of your eggs are in Xiaoye's basket onto this Tristana. Very hard shoving bot lane. I love Tristana into Kai'Sa because you can literally pin her under a tower. That's the reason why Nico is so good with Kai'Sa, because she disguises the fact that Kai'Sa gets dunked up from absolutely every other AD carry. That's now meta over in the bot lane, right? And pushed underneath their tower. And right here, Braum counters Rel. Tristana counters Kai'Sa, so bot lane priority is going to be huge. I'm just worried that there's not enough early game damage from the side of LGD, and that late game, you only have that AD with Vi, Yone, and Tristana, and that Cassante is gonna be to the brim together with Poppy on that armor. So how do you break that?
How do you break through the top side for WE? How do you break through series point from World Elite? LGD have already done what the other Nirvana team couldn't, taken a game off a Group Ascend team. But that is a very, very small victory in the wider picture of the stakes of this game for WE, looking to, for the second time in about a month, push LGD down into Group Nirvana. Are you going to take that, or are you going to fight back? That's the question, as LGD go into what I would consider their biggest single game 2025 so far.
Absolutely. You take it a game at a time, right here. LGD being down a game. This is their time to come back, as we're going straight into that game number 4, which could potentially be our last game of the series if WE manage to secure that one.
Giles are still ever as active, cheering on two teams ready to do a battle. Starting to see the effects of Fearless have an impact on these compositions. Very far from so many of the identities we've seen throughout all of the games we've played in Split 2 so far. Early warding already being waged here as Sasa is going to be able to start that Raptor ward. With trickery, though, from LGD on the bot side of the river. Monkey and Karis positioning themselves to allow Vampire to swing over and clear out that ward. So it's going to be another game where Monkey's not going to have to worry about tracking on his clear from Climber.
Really fancy as well. W's through the wall, doesn't just walk there. Saves time as well. So Monkey pathing from top to bot. I don't know how that's gonna work out for him, because for Vi right here, it's a pretty done deal. To path over the bot side. You've got Tristana thrown into Kai'Sa Rel. You're definitely winning that 2 versus 2. Away from the push. Priority, shoving the wave, keeping Kai'Sa under tower, right? So definitely a one fight on the bot side river or the side of Climber as he chooses to path towards the bot. Now, I wonder, Monkey has done this plenty of times where he just does either Krug's red into Gromp for that quick level 3 by leaving a camp behind, or Raptors into bot side, into back to top side to do that Scuttle Crab himself. So I'm looking to see if there's potentially an opportunity, knowing that Tristana and Braum are pushing and that Vi still tops of the map, to maybe get in a jungle gang, but pushing in that wave, most likely a ward is gonna go down right here from LGD.
Well, hasn't gone for it just yet. Level 2 gonna tick over. Monkey not going to go for that level 3 gang just yet. Maybe doing what you talked about last time, Trouble, just staying by the bottom lane.
Slow and
In
steady.
case anything. Yeah, and that's, hey, that's what we like. WE, measure when to go all out. We don't need to do it early on and just fight for the sake of fighting. Maybe the mid laners are not necessarily taking that same exchange. Neither lane because we're just perma-trading on level 3. But Monkey does complete that blue buff and now returns back to his top side camps. Starts the red buff and the Krug, so the least active we've seen these junglers in their first couple levels really all series long.
I mean, Monkey realizes right here that there's no way he's fighting for that botless Skull Crab, right? That's why he started Raptors on both side, that from top side as well, which is where his uncontested, Skull Crab will be, as the resets coming through from carries as well. Shaya and YCX are gonna push down that wave, as predicted, and right here they don't even need to stay around, as Clamber is going to do the same as he did with Lee Sin. However, right now it's going to be after the 2 quadrants, so he gets the extra crystal in his inventory, and he's going to head towards the top of the map to contest that top lane Skull Crab off of Monkey's hands. There's no smite for Monkey.
There is no smite, but I don't know if he's going to get there. One auto is going to save Monkey. Yeah, he's going to get the Scuttle Crab. Also going to spot Climber trying to stop that take. Timer's forced down, and that bot Scuttle Crab is for the taking. Both junglers, though, have camps respawning on this timer. No love for the bot Scuttle, Trouble.
What's happening with Climber, though? Like, he wrapped around his jungle, he's waiting for his romp to pop up, so I'm seeing Monkey here. Like, is there a jungle he just goes and double skulls? I mean, he's pinging it, right? Like, they see Vi still on the tops of the map, and right now, Taeyun and Vampire have taken control of the bottom of the map. Monkey right here is just gonna double scuttle from a situation where Climber should have been ahead.
Or at the very least, Climber could have just traded the scuttles, but this single reset tech to get this long-sworded Ruby Crystal, which we feel like is always to try and brawl, but it's another game where either Monkey doesn't fall for the trap of forcing a fight early with an item disadvantage, or this time around, I mean, Climber just doesn't find it, and now he's in a deficit, tempo-wise and, well, camp-wise.
Yeah, that kind of sucks right here for the Vi. When you're playing the Vi, you're looking for that quick level 6 into capitalizing into somebody or taking a summoner still away. Not gonna be the case quite yet for Climber. I feel like back-to-back for like 2 games, Climber's trying to outsmart Monkey on the map, and Monkey's just like chilling. He's just not falling for it, right? I feel like also the pathing right here from Monkey was easy to abuse, because Climber used the time that Monkey went back and forth, right? He started Raptors, went bot side, walked back to top side, and these extra seconds from walking back and forth to your 2 quadrants, right, do really matter. So Climber just took that into account and tried to play for that top lane Skull Crab, and he was just quite a little bit too late for that.
Here we go. Ultimate's down in the mid lane. Worlds. I think Karras is just using it so he can get control of the mid wave, and he will. Goes back to neutral. Impressive how WWE, though, I want to see them build on their tempo timings. That's what really felt like it was the difference in Game 3. Punishing resets, looking for cross-map, but, you know, taking free autocons. Is that what really pushes WWE over the edge in this matchup when LGD already showed in Game 2 that they can clearly go scrap for scrap if we want to just have a bloody kill fest of a game?
I feel like right here, it's much safer for WE if they don't scrap, actually. I mean, you can definitely use the Poppy plus Aurora. I feel like it's a very potent duo, right? Yone plus Vi, not really a duo that you want to be playing around, not really great at, like, setup or fighting together, etc. But, like, you've got so much setup with the Poppy plus the Aurora, like, you can play through them in the early game. However, we mentioned it before, the entirety of the set of LGD is pure attack damage, right? You start stacking that armor onto the Poppy, onto the Cassante, onto the Relic. Later on, it will be impossible to penetrate that front line for the set of LGD. And even though Tristana is a hyper carry, she does do a lot of damage. And slowly but surely, her range does get longer and longer. She's one of the most difficult AD carries to pilot around fights, because if she gets too close, she ends up getting burned.
Trying to get close to personal Climber on his clear. He's trying to really gain all that information. We talked about Climber trying to outsmart Monkey. Well, Monkey just has a bead on all these clears coming across from Climber. And has the Scuttle Crab coming up soon on that bot side. The Dragon is still there to play for. Like you pointed out, you can really afford to play this early game slow and steady, which still feels so weird to be saying out loud, knowing how this series kicked off. But now maybe
slow and steady. What?
yeah, what are we talking about by this point? Maybe we'll see with these ultimates coming online. Primer trying to force the issue, even if the Vi Yone combination isn't super deadly by this point. At the very least, this is a really good setup to get XQW on top of a target with Fate Sealed. Guarantee that ultimate lines up. Kind of like how we've always seen Vi and Ambessa interact.
Let's see if that's gonna come true. I mean, you pin someone down with Vi, they're seated for long enough for Shen to come through, right? And Yone, as you pointed out as well. So we'll see who the point and click champion is going to be from the side of WE. Looking at it here, looking at it from the side of WE, it's most likely going to be the Paris or Tagan, right? There is no other reliable champion that you can pin down and kill because they're going to be too tanky with time being. However, Vampire and Tagan just about in fog of war, waiting for Cube to get dive. The second the show, LGD have to back off.
Yeah, we talked about how these fights early looked like teenagers throwing tantrums. That looked like teenagers trying to start a street ball, and the vice principal pulled up to try and clean things up. Clean combos there from Monkey. Keeper's verdict up, slam into the wall, flash out of Climber. I also see the heal expended from YCX with a speed boost because a ghost-bound Taeyun was flying in looking for a scrap that he's been missing, I feel like, since the opening games of this series.
WE, I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your slow and steady game. I was expecting 10 kills per minute bangers, which we did get, honestly enough, in game number 1 and game number 2. But right here, the series is on the line, their playoffs life is on the line, and a group ascent sport for split number 3 is on the line. They do have a very nicely scaling team. They've got a pretty effective front to back later on. The slower they play this game, the easier it will be. Vi kind of falls off.
XQW gets the Q3 knockup into Fate Sealed. But right now, as you point out, the Yone doesn't have enough damage to finish off even a kill that felt as free as that. Varus lose some plates, though, for the time being, and obviously down his flash. So finally, we start seeing some sort of movement between these two teams on the map. But back to something you said earlier, and I really want to reinforce that we talked about at the top of the show. While obviously a winner of the series gets a spot in playoffs, really feels like the bigger goal to attain for winning this best of 5 is more split ascend to finish off the LPL year.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a spot with all the grades once again. I feel like WE have had such an up and down sort of road, changing their jungler in 2025, bringing Monkey in, fighting with LGD earlier on to make it into that group ascent, making it into that group ascent. Everyone expected them to be last. They take 5 series back to back to back to back to back in their home arena, silencing the doubters. 7 and 11 is a pretty good story to have in group ascent with all the insanely good teams. Yeah. And right here, continuing your road towards the playoffs. Obviously, you might end up facing an AL or a top esports, depending on who they choose, right? But it's one step at a time, and WE have to go past LGD one more time to gain for once more their group ascent status from LGD.
Got one more game to do it. And yes, 7 and 11 is a very, middling record in the LPL, but compared to where people had WE pegged as a squad, going into Split 2, able to be middle of the pack, beat up on the NIP, the Weibo, the Thunder Talks, the FPXs of Group Ascend was a huge positive sign, and they need to be in that same arena, competing against those same teams to try and show that they can build what could be a future playoff contender. The LPL future. They've got the youth in Monkey and Vampire here already. Just about building on that, and the best way to build on that is to play against the best of the best. But right now, LGD is the best opponent they're going to get in this play-in tournament. We still have our quietest game of the series. 12 minutes in, 0 kills, and 0 real fights even.
look at that restraint on Monkey. He's so high. I was really expecting that E to come through onto Climber. Didn't quite. Oh, nice dodge from XG.
All right. Yeah, that's enough. You know what helps the 0 kill count? How slippery both these teams can be. With the grubs being the prevailing thought here for LGD. They secured those for the first dragon, and Tristana with grubs can really burn through turret plates. Mid-tier 1 turret with plates up, down that low is a pain point that LGD certainly have to revisit.
Yeah, I think it's a Yordle thing. You know, Ziggs, Tristana, they really take towers pretty fast. They do like their explosives, I want to say. And you leave Tristana alone with the towers, it's definitely going to take it down pretty fast. Sorry?
Intriguing crowd. Intriguing crowd they are. All those things, and then certain loves explosives.
Yep.
It would be a bit alarming to anybody just reading through that list you just gave about Yordles.
Oh, XGW, not like this. Not again.
Oh, yep. There's the flash from Monkey. Here's the aggressiveness we expect from WE. Oh, does get the fate unsealed out, though. Able to survive once more. Just costs, you know, all of his abilities and his flash. But, hey, Xiaoya gets another wave into the mid-tier 1. Big win.
I think most importantly, I thought he was going to cost him the Dragon right here. But due to Xiaoya putting pressure onto that mid lane tier 1, their mid lane tier 1 going down pre-minute 14 would have been absolutely disastrous for Team WE right here. So they have to defend that, which means they lose a lot of control inside that Dragon back to LGD. And I'm still looking, man. I'm still looking for that first blood. That Dragon is going to get started right here by Climber. He's got Yone back down onto that bot lane. He's got Xiaoya perma pushing that mid, but Monkey is in the river. He's currently all alone as Vampire and Taeyun are right behind him.
Monkey waiting for the rest of his team. Sasa's going to teleport in. Standing United is available for Sasa. It's Cube that's actually teleporting in. Keeper's verdict up for Monkey. Is he try the 50-50? No, Cease assist comes through, but Monkey gets the dragon. Now the fight finally begins. It's Xiaoya getting the first kill onto Monkey, but what a pull away from Cube. Takes down Xiaoya, and now Climber's going to have to try and carry the burden. They get the Kaisa taken away. Can XQW escape and survive? Because Cube is going crazy in the all-out form. The Aurora singing through for Karis is the healthiest carry left up for WE. And now it's a top lane tank slugfest, but it's Karis that is the victor on the back end of the fight. The one to seal the fate of LGD. Dragon kills everything. WE break open the killless bout in Game 4.
All I have to ask anyone watching is, did you miss Cassante over in the top lane? Cube right there. Not only does he defend his AD carry, but most importantly, he splits the team fight into 2 fronts. Allows carries to clean up the fight on one side, helps Taeyun, but also keeps the Shen out of commission in this fight. And let's look this one more time. Cube is going to TP in. They will find Monkey from the side of LGD instantly as he falls forward to try and secure that dragon. And what's carries? He'll try to split the fight. Taeyun will dive into the background with his ult to solidify the kill, but then he'll get caught out by Shen and also the Vi. What does Cube do? He splits apart the fight. He keeps Climber and Sasa onto one side of the map as Carries clears the other side together with Vampire.
For a team world elite roster that has been so driven by their jungler, backed up by their reliable AD carry, their ever-aggressive support. Awesome to see that right now, all 5 kills WE have are on their solo lanes. Karis and Cube really just pushing the ceiling of potential this team has in this series. But obviously, it's always Monkey that's hunting for these kills. And now with the gold lead they have, he's getting ever more aggressive. But the Buster Shot keeps Xiaoya alive. So the first Poppy Kaisa dive combination, not gonna punish with a kill, just the flash off of that Tristana.
Xiaoya's still looking for that mid lane tower. He just knows it's 2 auto attacks away. Nothing more. 1.5 thousand gold onto his Tristana right now. And again, we said it from the beginning. LGD have put all of their eggs into Xiaoya's basket for this particular game. One item of Tristana, very close to that second item as well. Looking like an Infinity Edge in his inventory. He takes that tower down. It's going to be a huge boost in gold. Getting that second item, he could potentially be looking for that second fight at Dragon 2 minutes from now, or at Herald with a 2-item Tristana. It could be a huge swing towards LGD.
Still gonna have to worry about Cube though. Talk about the armor stacking. How often is Cassante just gonna mark this Tristana and run at him just like Monkey is? Trying to get it all done on his lonesome. One more auto shift to it. He doesn't even need the buckle. Gets the bleed from the red buff. Monkey soloing out Xiaoya, the big bad of LGD. What does the swing look like on the bot side? LGD are gonna overload with XQW and Climber. They will find that first brick. So mid tier 1 on its last legs. Bot tier 1 already cut down for size.
Yeah, Xiaoya stayed a little bit too long in that mid lane. Again, he had his size on this tower, but I think he overfixated on it. Ends up getting punished by Monkey right there. LGD do reply with a bot lane tier 1, which is pretty big as well, getting a little bit of injection of gold into their carries right here. Still 1,500 gold lead for that Tristana. Infinity Edge completed. 1 minute for next Dragon. Let's watch this one more time again. Half HP from Xiaoya. What you saw previously. He sees Monkey going to the top side. He thinks he's safe because Herald is up, right? And he could be starting that Herald. But the flash, Hex Flash coming through. Pins Xiaoya down. He can't jump because the W was active. And right here, he does die from the red buff, but he also had his passive up.
Yeah, good old buckle.
He would have died anyway, yeah.
Gold's still scarily close. What's most fun about that is two, worrying parts of either comp are really much online. Xiaoya, IE's done. This is a 2-item Tristana, but the armor stacking for Cassante, along with the slipperiness of this Aurora, nearly 2 items as well, it's going to make Xiaoya's job so much more difficult. Rift Herald value, going to even up the mid-tier 1 turrets, and more importantly, give WE first track into this river with our first Cloud Soul Drake spawning in mere seconds.
Yeah, this is the time for Xiaoya to really pop off. Again, 2 items onto this Tristana. However, armor has been purchased through Cube as well onto this Cassante. Rel is quite tanky as well, so it's going to be very, very difficult already to break through WE's front line. And even though I'm always a big advocate for Black Cleaver on AD junglers, it's becoming really difficult here because Vi is not going to survive that long for Black Cleaver to actually have any effect in these fights. If anything, I'd like to see Climber go towards something like a Sterex to just solidify the fact that he lives a little bit longer, and then we can get a little bit of that armor pen potentially through a Lord Doms coming through Xiaoya's Tristana right here, especially since he's 1k up onto his counterpart Taeyun. If you look at the inventories, we've got Still Caps and Poppy, you've got Bramble, you've got Sunfire, Bramble on top lane as well. It's going to be really, really difficult to break through that armor by just a Black Cleaver on Climber's Vi.
Woo. 2-item Aurora, by the way. That's XQW feeling it. Really interesting movement on the map there is, hold on, Monkey's flying in again. Crash down Magnetic Storm is going to hold 2 takes at bay. The Keeper's Verdict sidestepped by Xiaoya, and Monkey is completely stun locked. He was expecting Tristana to fly away, but instead, Xiaoya's flying forward. Reset after reset. The big bad Tristana is here to brawl, and Xiaoya has got more victims to try and knock off the list. Double kill, make it a triple for the LGD AD carry.
All the eggs onto Xiaoya's basket. He's been farming a storm, he's been pushing towers, he got his 2 items, and right here, he's almost bailing LGD out of a disastrous early game for them. Kills going over to that Tristana, Atakan going over to LGD, and gold back swung to the side of LGD.
Gotta take a look at this replay again because you almost can see Monkey's Poppy just not move after the sidestep comes across. Take a look at this. Is Monkey's entire plan was just booting Xiaoya out of the fight, and WE had all the chances in the world to run it, but that's why you do dodge trainer, folks, right there. Holy moly.
Yeah, I feel like YCX was blocking the top side, obviously, with his Unbreakable, right? So the ult couldn't go through the Braum, so the only chance that Monkey had there was to knock the Tristana out, which Xiaoya dodged. But again, I feel like from Team WE, such an overstep. What are you doing into enemy territory when you do not have vision? You're going too deep, you're not prepared to play the front to back, which is exactly what they've drafted for, right? We said, hey, the front line is going to be impenetrable once the items come through. Just a Bramble Vest versus a 2-item Tristana with Infinity Edge is not going to do much. And if you look at the inventory of Xiaoya, the Lord Doms is soon to come as well.
Already got the components in tote. Cloud Soul still a big threat for WE, but 2.5 minutes before we have to worry about that. We're actually going to get Baron and Dragon timers syncing up here. So for two teams that have been really all about brawling in this series, no matter where the timers are, really important to see what these side wave allocations look like. As you see Monkey hovering towards Karis' side, trying to knock down that bot tier 1 turret. They're going after the big tank Shen, crash down Magnetstorm, holding Sasa in place, and he is going to be picked off and cut down to size by Karis.
All right, that's a cool pick right here from Team WE. They can actually pressure down that tower. 4 members on the map alone, and as you can see on the movement right here, you see Xiaoye on the map. He has been pinged through that bush as well. They've got vision on him. He's going to have to take care of that mid lane push from the side of Taeyun, which means that bot lane tower is going to go down in favor of WE as XQW actually responds with the tower on his own, the top of the map. So at the end of the day, you lose your top laner, and it would usually be a net positive play for Team WE if there was an objective. Because Shen's ult is super valuable, especially when you've got Yone and Vi going a little bit too deep right there. But right here, in this case, you took a Shen down, you grabbed the tower, he got responded, so it's pretty much dead even between the two teams.
Maybe just a little extra win that Sasa doesn't have flash to. Does burn it trying to survive, so
Sure.
a flash taunt to start off the fight. Minuscule, but important things to track as we do get into the real meat and potatoes of this game.
More dumps.
Yep, good call out. 3 item Tristana. Anyone can catch these hands or these rocket jumps, albeit there for the Tristana. Minute on the board. That's when Cloud Soul Drake spawns for WE, and Big Bad Baron comes onto the rift. So start seeing, top side plays going after Kara. All armored up. Can he survive 1 versus 2 versus Climber? Sasa doesn't look like it, so he's trying to make the great escape. Good flash over the big wall. Gets out, but Climber follows with a cease and desist. The all-out going to be burned here as Cube tries to buy more space. Dashes after dashes. Sasa doesn't have that flash to try and cut down the angle. So Cube able to survive the first cross-map play.
Yep, Cassante right there, full on armor, and you could tell that this was a questionable play, but Black Cleaver really does help with bringing down a target that's full armored up, right? And it wasn't quite enough. I don't think Vi plus Shen with just the Hydra have enough damage to take down a Cassante. Yes, they do burn through the ult and the flash from Cube, but they do burn through the ult from Vi as well, right? Because Aurora can step forward and do this.
Oh my god. He hops in, he burned that rocket jump, and now Xiaoye has to play on the defensive. He gets the stand united, but in comes XQW, held down by the Magnetstorm. Killer Instinct for Taeyun. He wants the number of Xiaoye. 1 auto short for finding the kill under the Tristana, but it's still a winning fight here for WE, just pushing front to back because the big bad Tristana can't step up and play on this playground with WE. Kill found, and Cloud Soul almost a guarantee in this game 4.
Again, reminder, no ulti on Vi means that players like Karis on this Aurora can get to play aggressive and dash forward, which is exactly what he did. When you do not have that point and click CC to pin you in place and be capitalized upon, Aurora, Kaisa can play a lot more aggressive, which is exactly what WE did. LGD spending so many resources chasing down that Cassante resulted in this replay right here. No ult on Vi, you get to play more aggressive. Xiaoye rocket jumps in, carries literally straight up on the offensive. What a fantastic Seeker's arm guard as well to dodge the knockup and the ult coming through from XQW.
Just gotta think. 1 short auto, that's full plasma stacks. If you can get it through that Braum shield, that might have just been Dragon and Baron. So LGD clinging to mere tethers. Without their Tristana, they don't end up losing a lot. But picture in picture, we have another catch, and it's on to the big protector, YCX. Braum is down. LGD just not in the correct positions around these series-defining objectives, Trouble.
Baron time for WE right here. It's a 4 versus 5. No Shen ult. No Tristana ult. It's going to be up in 4 seconds. No flashes on the key carries from LGD. And they're going to look to try and see if they could potentially steal with Climber.
Oh, Vampire, you got to go now, though. You're drawing WE way too thin here, and you're setting up Climber for a 50-50. Keeper's Verdict's not going to take Climber out. He needs the Miracle Seal to give LGD a lifeline. He's not even going to Vault Breaker over the wall, though, because the Baron aggro is dropped. XQW hits 4 with a Fate sealed. They do trade mid laner for mid laner. The aggro was never dropped. Climber does not get into the pit. Secured by Vampire. Does have the cease and desist down, so he can't afford to jump after Taeyun. And WE World Elite get 4 members with the purple banner.
Whew, that was a little bit scary right there. Climber trying to flash in, to blast going in, but Poppy W is such a potent tool to not allow this to happen as Monkey, he's looking from the side, he's looking for the flank.
Oh, he's got the W up, so Xiaoya can't use the rocket jump. Stadium United's coming across as well. Cube's trying to hold the front line. Very, very tanky Cassante that Xiaoya can't burn through, and Vampire pops out of the fray, and he finds Xiaoya! Down goes the Tristana! All bets are off! WE are going for the killer blow! It's just all about the chase down. Mouse and Cat, the Fangs are out! Taeyun drops Climber. Sasa not going to be able to teleport out. Monkey is going to hold them at bay, and the victory formation is going to come down the mid lane for World Elite. It's only a matter of time before the kills start lining back up.
The only remaining member, XQW. No ult, no flash, no team, and an entire WE running through your base.
LGD had to have this team marked on a bulletin board. World Elite were the ones to send them into Nirvana, send them into the lesser level of competition of LPL, and they're about to do it again. First time was their bad. Second time, it's all WE up here. They've got Baron on nearly everybody. They got the Cloud Soul. They got the base broken open. Trouble is, it only one fight away from a series end here.
WE, they're so far ahead, right? 6,000 gold. Let's watch this one more time. Monkey with the flank. He dashes in and pops the W. He doesn't need to stun Xiaoye. He just cannot W out himself because he will get stuck on the Poppy W. And look at that, man. Cube is just tanking a storm. It's just so difficult for a full AD team to break through such great
Vampire
walls of tanks.
Again,
XQW.
trouble. Vampire is cooking with these picks. Taeyun has XQW. Salute him on the way out, and more so salute these turrets because they are cannon fodder for Taeyun right now.
Yeah, still Baroned up for another 30 seconds. Cube is gonna help that mid lane wave walk inside LGD's base as Taeyun is escorting the top side to that last outer tower remaining for the side of LGD. WE 4 versus 5 in their favor with 20 more seconds onto XQW. Can LGD hold?
LGD want to compete in Group Ascend. They want that playoff spot to show that Nirvana isn't a cut below the rest of the fray. They've got to reach in for something deep now because their base is in complete tatters. XQW will respawn here. They've got double super minions pouring into their base. While Baron does come off the board for WE, trouble. Elder is less than a minute 30 away.
Who are you and what have you done with my WE? WE would have brawled their way to a finish right there on the Nexus. 8,000 gold lead and you're backing off. Obviously, it's the correct play, right? This is.
It is the correct play, yes, right.
It is the correct play. You take as many resources as possible. We're just joking because WE never know how to take their foot off the pedal, right? This is why we're joking right here about them. But what a flawless, fantastic last game potentially to end the series, right? Very slow, very steady, recognizing your win conditions, playing through them, scaling into that late game. You know that your armor is going to be impenetrable. Double Randuins now as well, locked in for Cassante and Monkey's Poppy. Randuin's almost coming through from Vampire as well on that rel. You've got the Hourglass onto Aurora. You've got Seeker's Arm Guard onto Taeyun Skysa. Like,
oh, but it's XQW.
Oh,
he gets caught on the side lanes again. It's almost the same spot he fell just a minute earlier.
The block.
It's been mistake after mistake from LGD. They're in a spot with Baron and Dragon, a huge Tristana to play for, but they never, ever got to fight on even footing since then.
Oh, man. OME in the chats. XQW has been caught one too many times, and this one might just cost his team the entire series. 30 seconds dead. TP up. That can LGD hold for 30 seconds until the mid laner is back up.
Desperately trying to cover these waves with Sasa answering mid and top, knowing he has the Stand United over. But we can't give this Elder. LGD, we're giving Elder Dragon to WE. I know they can't, but this is a death sentence.
Oh boy, I think it's rock
You thought-
versus Heads of the Mountain kind of deal. I don't think there's anywhere for LGD to go, right? You dive into the Elder, you lose 4 versus 5. You've been losing 5 versus 5. There's no way you win 4 versus 5. The Guardian Angel now purchased for Climber, and this is the last try for LGD to bring back this series, to give us silver scrapes. But is it too late? 10,000 gold separating those two teams, and WE have got the Elder Dragon in their pocket as well.
Gotta be a miracle. Who knows where it will come from, but LGD are gambling on miracles. As here comes the Elder Dub team, my lord. Xiaoya almost got executed by Greybeard right there off the one Aurora combo. Sasa hits a huge fate sealed, set up for XQW. Stasis has all come out, but it's just not enough. The Elder Dragon, the raw damage of Karis, it's not gonna save them. Xiaoya trying to kite back towards his Nexus turrets, but he's lost all of his teammates, and he'll have to watch in peril as once again, it's World Elite to establish themselves in Group Ascend and send themselves to top 8 in Split 2.
Team WE do it once again. It's a fate, right? They had to beat LGD to get into Group Ascend. They have to beat LGD to guarantee themselves Group Ascend in Split 3 and also move on to the playoffs of Split 2. At this point, they've just got their number, Slayer, and clearly they were the better team, right? We joked a little bit about them being a little bit antsy and overconfident, arrogant at times in games 1 and 2, right? Game 2, it cost them being this arrogant and making way too many plays. But Team WE come back. Game 3, much cleaner. Game 4, the cleanest we've seen so far. And honestly, moving into these playoffs with the teams that are waiting on the other side, you gotta be cleaning up your act. And right here through that series, they absolutely did.
Yeah, they cleaned it up as the series went on, but Trouble, my takeaway, I'm almost disappointed because the way that Game 4 was going, we had close fights won by WE. We saw Xiaoya get that huge triple kill, win a fight there for LGD. Gold was even, outside the Cloud, Drake stacking up here for WE. It was Dragon, it was Baron, it was the Tristana with the LDR. Everything was coming together for such a climactic fight to decide that game. We never really got it. It was just mispositionings from XQW. You saw YCX get caught before that Baron. We were robbed of a climactic, cinematic fight end of this series, and LGD are the ones that, like you put earlier, shot themselves in the foot.
I think in general we put a huge magnifying glass in the jungle, right? But I think at the end of the day, Karis was a whole caliber above XQW in that mid lane. And when you're looking at mid, you're primarily looking at mid jungle synergy as well. I felt like a lot of the way they played from the side of LGD was very disconnected. The Lee Sin, for example, with Victor, zero synergy. And I just felt like there was not much there between the mid jungle from the side of LGD. So even though Climber tried his best, I feel like XQW was not the best support for him throughout the series. I don't think he had a very good series. On the other hand, I feel like Karis had a fantastic series. And again, throughout this entire best of 5, we saw WE slowly but surely develop through the way they want to play the game. Exactly. We saw that game 4 to game 5 drafts can get a little bit wonky. I really like what they brought here, and they played it slow and steady. I mean, full AD team into 3 tanks. Team WE said, bet, we're just going to scale into armor.
Yeah, and again, what we saw in Game 3, it's not like WE are a whole different team in these 2 games. We still see that aggression, but it's measured and taken at the correct points. Monkey is still flying in on this Poppy, looking for these crazy stuns. Vampire looking for these pick plays, but now they're going for it when it's allotted, when there's a timer for it, when there's a window for it. And that is what's most positive, because like you talked about, the reality now, WE, this is a huge win. This is awesome. You're top 8. You're in Group Ascend again. Here's the reality. One of the 4 Group Ascend teams at the top are going to choose to match up with you and say, and they're clearly going to mark it, Trouble. If you make mistakes even half as bad as they looked in Game 1 and 2, you don't have a chance in the world of the upset you're looking for.
I think they were very obsessive with diving bot lane, right? Particularly Monkey and Co. down the bot lane. And I feel like you make these mistakes versus potentially, Gala, Mako, Jackie Love, and Chris, you're like, you're done. you're literally
so
done.
done.
Like
Yeah.
your jungle's gonna be taken away, kills will be taken away. You're never gonna touch a tower ever again. And I feel like the draft definitely helped them in playing a little bit more slow and calculated in that game number 4. But I feel like we have such good takeaways because I feel like I always say that when you're playing against teams that you know on paper are better, what EU teams do is play scaling comps. But what WE does really well is being unpredictable, being constantly aggressive, being where you don't expect them to be. Like, you don't expect people to start fighting between Dragon number 1 and Void Grubs that are spawning in such a large distance between time, right? So if you keep constantly fighting them and getting advantages, I feel like you can definitely catch them off guard. WE have that spark and that flare in them in terms of like, it can make or break us, and it has broken them before, but it's also made them before, right? Like, that aggression is what defines them.
And now that we are here with WE locked in top 8 in the Group of 7, or sorry, not Group of 7, Split 2 playoffs, I want to make sure we go back down memory lane, talk about just how different of a vibe it is around this team. From Split 1, where they were, looked very outclassed. People were hyped about Vampire coming in, but, he, alongside with the rest of WE, disappoint. Monkey comes in, and while they didn't make it a point trouble. Like, it was his team once he came in. It was his to helm. He raised the floor of a lot of these players, but it's also guys like Taeyun. You pointed out Karis in this series. Cube had a pretty resounding one as well, and Vampire had his moments. Everyone else is stepping up alongside Monkey's addition. It's so awesome to see what a turnaround it's been from February WE to now playoff-bound May WE.
Yeah, I feel like they still have so many things to iron out, right? Specifically going into a monstrous playoffs bracket against the teams that are waiting there. But again, I feel like what defines them is not necessarily being clean, is being aggressive and constantly aggressive.
Right.
And we have seen probably teams like Top Esports fall to aggression, specifically in the early game. Like, you pin them down, they'll keep making the same mistake over and over again, right? Like, WE have shown that they have the caliber to take them down. I mean, their players are very, very charismatic. I just want to give a shout out to Vampire, because I did put him down.
You're shouting out Vampire? What's going on? What has happened?
Okay, in games number 1, number 2, he had some very questionable engages, but I feel like, again, Monkey has had such a good influence on him, right? And I feel like when Vampire started playing around Karis with Rakali, when he started playing around Monkey with the Viego, and later on down the line as well, I feel like he's had some pretty solid engages. Like, when this guy is good, he's really good. It's just that when you put all the decision making on him, I just don't think he is mature enough in the scene yet to be able to be that sheer shot caller that a team needs,
Right.
like that number 1 shot caller, right? But he does have some really, really good qualities, and I feel like through the latter part of the series, he really did shine by supporting that mid and jungle duo.
We stole a lot of time for Vampire to develop further. Played like a really good player. Had a really good day today. You know who also had a really good day today? Time to take my victory lap.
Majority of you guys.
Yeah, well, I'm going to take my victory lap. Rafa
think
is
he's
just
cooked.
here to... He's cooked.
He's
He's
just
here to be the
cooked,
contrarian.
yeah.
So that's my victory lap. Here's Cube's victory lap. Gets
Right
the
up.
MVP on the Cassante. Can't nerf this guy away forever. We didn't really get to talk about player of the game too much, Trouble, but I think Care... I don't hate the Care pick. I think he... that fight where he pulls out Xiaoya, around the Drake pit was big, and he just soaked up so much damage with that armor stacking like you were talking
Oh,
about.
for sure. I think Cube absorbed so much pressure, and he just did his job right. He was the quiet carry. Someone nerf Cassante,
Yes.
please. No, okay. See, he's actually quite balanced right now.
Don't fall back into those... Yeah, don't fall back.
Funnily enough, he's actually quite balanced right now. So I feel like Cube just did his job right. I feel like it was a group effort from Team W in that game number 4. So everyone did their part, and Cube deserved the praise right there.
Last thing we're going to get here through Trouble as we close out our night. Updated look at what... But we won't get too ahead of ourselves. We've got 7 of our 8 teams for Group Ascend. We've got 7 of our 8 teams for the playoff. The final match will come tomorrow for Weibo versus Thunder Talk. But before we get on out of here, we got one big thank you left to give away trouble. Elite Coffee supporters. Thank you very much to these 3. Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day, which we have done our best with how many games Split 2 has brought. But thank you very much, especially to those 3 individuals for your contributions over top. Trouble, that's going to do it for the second iteration of the Slayer Trouble cast. What are your final thoughts as we roll into the final match of the play-ins and we get so close to the playoffs of Split 2?
It's just very exciting. The most exciting part for me is what the top teams are going to choose to play against. Like, what team they're going to choose to play against, right? It can make or break them, quite literally. Like, you're thinking you're picking a very weak team. Like, if Top Esports choose Team WE and WE throw their aggression at Top Esports' face, like, I've seen Top Esports lose those, right? Like, we all have. We all have. So I think it's going to be really exciting that actually now the top teams get to choose who they play after, of course, tomorrow concludes the play-ins stage.
I'm with you on that one. The one thing I'll say as well is this will be the last I will be on here until we get to playoffs. Is I'm excited that towards the end of Group Ascend, we got, some challengers to that top 2. The top 2 got really murky. BLG with Beichuan have looked a lot better. Night playing MVP level. And I've been really impressed with JDG with Hayes, obviously, but Shun being awesome in the jungle and Scout starting to clean up some of his early mistakes. So don't go into the playoffs thinking that AL and TS are just destined for the grand finals. That's all I'll say for now. That will close out our show. Congratulations once more to Team WE, locking top 8 in Group Ascend in Split 3. Shout out to, most importantly, Brett behind the scenes dealing with as many silly tech issues as he could be handed across this series, but we got through it, and I am off to bed as the NAPSD gamer here. So we'll see you all guys for the last playing game tomorrow. Take care till then.